Sir Antonio, and we're getting off to a great start.
Yay!
Welcome everybody to onto your fall crown. This is crown number 56, being held in October because of weirdness around COVID. So here we are.
She calls it crown 56. I still think of it as crown LVI. So you can go whatever way you want.
We were supposed to have an intro video, so I'm a little thrown off.
We can be our own intro video. We can do this, no problem. So welcome to Crown, virtually welcome to the event. Here I'm speaking from very far North Seagert in Crown lands. Oh, he's waiting for us to stop before he plays the video. Okay.
We're going to play a video now.
Let's play a video. All right, to get us in the medieval mood. There we go. Our nice, totally historically accurate video.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
I see that Scamp is here, and I just want to say, Scamp, I don't have cowbell, but I got something, more period. So there we go. Just for you. So good morning. We're here, and this is happening. It's super exciting. Part of what we want to do today is do a little bit of education around what kind of work goes into running this crown and every crown, and what some of the jobs are. And to help us out with that this morning, we have Baronessa Alessandra, who is going to talk to us about the lists, which has been going on for a couple of hours this morning. And they did a lot of work in advance. So if she could pop into the studio. Okay, I'm going to pop her into the studio.
There we go.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So if you were prepping lists for this crown, what sort of work would you be doing in advance?
Before the fighters come to the table to check in, you're laying out the boxes of the shield tiles that get used so that the populace can see who's fighting who on what field. You're getting pens and pencils and 3x5 cards ready, because we go through lots of 3x5 cards during crown tournaments.
And when there's a pre-register, you get a little jump ahead with people letting you know what fight practice they're in. And
well, when they come to the table, we already ask them that. We ask them what kind of a relationship they're in, if they're a sergeant, squire, man-at-arms, so that can go on the card as well. But yes, we do ask what practices they attend so that we can make our very best attempt at not putting a fighter on the same field as their knight or their squire, or, the group of people that they go and see every Tuesday night.
And how are crown lists a little bit different than lists for a normal tournament?
Normally they're enormous, which is the biggest difference. One of the typical sizes of an on-tier crown is generally anywhere from 80 to close to, if not over 100.
We just were looking at the numbers this week, and there were a couple that were 106 and 108. So yeah.
Yeah. I think when I was acting as lists, the biggest one we had was the War Crown, which was just a touch over 100. But figuring out, you start to try and figure out where people are in the OP. So actually, Rifkin's list that had them all in OP order was fabulous. The fact that there's only 35 this time, this is going to go much faster, I think, than anybody actually expects.
And it also starts off with a challenge round rather than just a paired round. So Antonio, do you want to talk a little bit about what the challenge round is like and how that gets set up?
Sure. Yeah, the challenge round is also arranged by OP. This one's going to be really interesting because typically what happens is as you process in, you go off and the people who are higher in OP end off to the left and the people who are lower in OP end off to the right. And then in theory, the unbelteds will come over and challenge the belteds for the first round. After some sort of evening up, they pull people from one side or the other to make sure they're in the same place. This one's going to be interesting because, of course, I think there's a pretty high preponderance of knights. So I think some knights might be shuffled the other direction instead of pulling unbelteds over. So, and I have to say, just one of the best things about being a knight for me was not having to challenge people anymore. I hated having to decide who to fight in the first round. I really just like having other people tell me. So. Yeah.
Our crowns have actually been leading that way anyway, where we've been getting really close to having to pull from the belted side over to the unbelted side.
So the takeaway message here is we need to knight less people. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, we need to squire more.
Fair.
We need to get more people in.
Ooh, got serious all of a sudden.
The challenge round is definitely a big difference for us. In fact, it means that what Liz is doing in the background is actually setting up the pairings for round 2. The fighters then come, after they take their pairing and go and fight, they then come back to the list table together, and they, one at a time, they'll announce who won the pairing, who lost, and the list people chime in as to who's on which field. They're all sitting behind the table with a clipboard per each field. Every fighter has their own number that does not get duplicated anywhere else in order to keep from any confusion happening.
Do you predetermine, so when the challenge round is happening, are you already deciding what field people get funneled
Absolutely.
into? Oh, so the wins and losses have no effect on that?
Nope.
So interesting. So you could have a field which was all people with 2 lives and a field that was all people with, I did not realize that. Intriguing.
With the size of on-tier crown tournaments, we don't actually have the time to focus on that part after that challenge round before we want to get everybody back out on the field while they're still warm.
Of course.
Otherwise, we'd be aiming for more of an actual double elimination where anybody who had a loss would be paired with someone also had a loss, and the wins and wins would be paired together. We don't actually have that option because of the challenge round and the time constraint.
Interesting. So let's talk about the shield board itself, shall we? You want to explain what this is in case there's anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about when we refer to the shield board?
Of course. Each fighter has a painted shield tile. If they don't have one, they will often select from a smaller box. Those are typically the ones with the letter with the bar across it. Those are for folks that did not have a painted tile in the box. Once upon a time, the temporaries that we had that were paper, a fighter could color theirs in, leave it with lists, and Baron Gerhard of Lionsgate would take them, and the next crown tournament, he would return a pile of beautifully painted tiles to use. So a number of these actually are from his hand.
I think I still have mine that he painted in my box. I took it because I don't fight in crowns anymore.
Right.
And what is the one that says, first, what is the significance of the shields being upside down?
Okay. Everybody starts out upright, which means they have 2 lives. There's a hole at the top and the bottom of the shield. And when somebody loses a life, it does get flipped upside down. The background where they're on the hooks, you've got the sable field. the ore, the checky, and the argent field shown on this picture here. So that tells the fighter which fighting field they're going to be on. And the fact that the two cards are next to one another indicates who they are competing against. Trying to see if I can recognize both in one of these pairings, and unfortunately, I don't think I do.
I think that's Tiernan and...
Let's see.
Never mind.
On the checky, I think you're right. I think that's Tiernan and
Molokai? Yeah.
And the bottom right is Achaxe and William at the battered helm.
There you go.
And then I think that Ulf has the buy in this lineup. Can we talk about what the buy is and why you would get that?
Sure. Excuse me. Buy fights happen when there's an uneven number of fighters, so it's very likely that this first challenge round will actually include a buy, as we have 35 fighters. Traditionally, buys are non-destructive, which means even if the buy fighter kills the contender for the crown, they do not actually count that as a loss. You can have them destructive, but in 20 plus years of on-tier crowns, we have not.
Well, and it just means that that person, they get to pass through without the danger of losing, but they are as tired as everyone else.
Exactly. Yep.
It kind of keeps it all fair for everybody.
And it keeps them warmed up, especially in the earlier rounds when you've got a lot of pairings to have to go through. They're going to be just as warmed up as the rest of the fighters on the field are.
So it sounds like Lists really tries to get things processed quickly so that the fighters don't have a lot of time between rounds, that they are cooling off and kind of losing.
Absolutely. So many of our tournaments are held in the super bright sun, and we don't want you guys out there getting sunstroke or the hot helmets. So we definitely try and run through pairings and getting them out for the next round as quickly as possible, but also with as least errors as possible.
Awesome.
Nice. So I just, because I was super well prepared for this, like the day ago, started looking into the history of these. And I was shocked to find out that many kingdoms either don't do this or do a very limited version of it. I had assumed that this was a thing that just was all the way across the known world.
No.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's not, because I can't imagine doing crowns without them.
Right. I believe they do use a similar system in the West. At least I saw it at the crown tournament they held up in Owertha a couple of summers ago.
I don't think they do anymore. Well, according to the people who told me, answered my Facebook post, they used to do it in the West and they don't anymore. I think Edenvelt and Kai do some version of it, but they don't invert the shield, so it's just a thing to talk about who's in the list.
Right.
And someone else actually copies, and there's one other kingdom that actually still does it.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised if Avical uses them. Oh, Artemisia.
Artemisia does. Yeah, Avical uses basically exactly the same one we do, unsurprisingly. Right. So, yeah.
I do remember seeing shield tiles in Owertha, but they were much bigger, actually. They were probably about the size of a dinner plate.
Is that the one with the tree?
They had a much smaller tree because it was Alaska.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And it seemed like they put them on one corner, so they hung at a diagonal when they were down one life.
Yeah, somebody posted a picture of one that was like a steak with a bunch of bars coming out of it, and they were hanging on it. It looked very beautiful and sort of very ceremonial, which I kind of dug.
The equestrian area tends to use them as well.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Somebody's saying Anstiora has Lego fighters painted in heraldic color.
They do. They're super cute.
I like it.
Hi, Isabel.
That's hilarious. And if anyone listening knows the answer to this, I'm dying to hear it. I tried to find out when they started happening, and we know that they happened in the 80s. Duke Paul theorizes that they started in the West in the 70s, but he can't remember when specifically. So the actual origin of this, we're not sure. We have a photograph of a crown tournament in the West. No, it's not a crown tournament. It's an interkingdom tournament in the West from 81 where there's one. But I haven't actually been able to find out who the first person was to do this, or when they started dividing them up by field and so on.
Oh,
Kite does them.
yep. Yeah, I'm not sure. I took over as, well, I was deputy kingdom lists starting in 2001, and I know we were using them then. And at that point, Gerhard was still painting the temporaries that people would fill in on the day of.
No, I'm pretty sure Untier, the entire time it's been a kingdom, has had them. I think they started as a principality.
That'd be very cool.
Yeah, Scalena says it started as a principality.
Very nice.
Thank you, Eduardo.
And Eduardo mentioned earlier that sometimes unbelts are higher up in the OP and are on the belted side because maybe they're a Lion of Untier or something like that. Because we do
or a champion.
Or a champion. And we do most of the time line up according to the OP of both members of the couple, not just the fighter's OP. So yeah,
processional depends. Sometimes it's by whichever person has the higher one. Sometimes it is solely by the fighters.
And so let's talk about processional a little bit. In Untier, before every crown tournament, everybody lines up and presents themselves to the crown.
Mm-hmm.
And it's completely by order of OP. So it's, and you guys are going to have to help me out with this because I'm a little foggy this morning.
Champions first.
Is it champions before local royal? Okay.
Kingdom champions.
Okay, so you go with that.
Oh, can I try and you can tell me I'm wrong? I think
Rick Consent listed this out. That's the only reason why it's so up in my head right now. I believe it's Kingdom Champions, Lions of Untier, Dukes, and Duchesses.
Oh, well, because you're wrong because sitting royalty would be, but they can't fight in crown. So for the purposes of crown, all the princes and princesses wouldn't matter, right?
Right.
However, landed barons and baronesses go before Lions of Untier in the procession, I think.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No?
In this case, there's a landed baron, but he's also a kingdom champion.
Right.
Oh, that's why it's confusing.
Right. That's why Kenrick's up there.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was the barony thing, but it's the champion thing.
Yeah, landed barons are fairly low along the OP.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not. They're super high, but like as we're talking about lions and dukes and stuff, they're not super high.
I believe you'd have dukes and then counts and viscounts. Then you start getting into probably the knights, laurels, pelicans, mods. Then I know territorial barons and baronesses are up there somewhere.
Peers are just by date, right? They don't do it by peerage.
Yes. I think it's just by date.
Okay.
But normally well, I don't know because my husband fights for me and he was knighted before I was laureled, so we always go by his OP. And now he's a lion, so it doesn't even matter. So clearly we know exactly what we're talking about.
We are so professional. Yes. Landeds go after dukes and counts and such. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Yes.
Well, and it's funny because there's a bunch of things that mess with this order, right? So in some tournaments, they only take fighting titles and they don't include other things. I know Crown doesn't do that. Often households process together. So if you're the squire of a lion, you would end up actually pretty close to the front of the line. So the actual ordering is quite ambiguous.
Yeah. As I said, it kind of depends on each crown tournament, how the crown wants people to be processing in. Do they want the squires with their knights or do they want them strictly OP?
And so what's the call for this one?
The call for was by the highest ranking in the couple. It's a consort and fighting precedence. And man, I exited my brain, and I'm.
But the households are not supposed to process together. Was the thing I remember.
Squires don't possess with the knights. That's what I was trying to remember. Wow.
Go us!
Right.
It's going to be a fun day.
Setting a standard high for all future live feeds of Crown tournaments. That's why we introduced each other, because we couldn't remember our own names. So there you go. Okay, moving forward.
Thank you, Alessandra, for helping us out this morning. We really appreciate it.
No problem.
And for being the only articulate one of the three of us. That was actually really informative. I've been in the SCA since I was 12, and I learned a bunch of stuff. So that was really helpful.
And well, not since I was 12, but over 25 years, insane. I've never really understood lists, and it makes me realize that I need to go and sit and help out at some point. That brings me to a really important point. Mm-hmm. That these tournaments are run by volunteers, and I think that staff maybe not quite equals fighting and consorts today, but pretty near, which is kind of amazing when you think about it. So, step in and volunteer if you have a chance once we get back into doing events in person that are unlimited attendance, because you can be useful and you can learn stuff, and it's super fun, and it's a good way to make friends and build community.
Definitely. And I would say also look at things like Ursulmes or June Fair, especially for lists to volunteer at a possibly smaller field. Ursulmes is quite big, but they definitely need all hands on deck.
Well, we had the numbers. There's 35 fighters registered, and there's 85 non-fighters registered, which gives you a pretty good sense. Some of those people are going to be consorts, but it gives you a pretty good sense of the amount of support that's required for people to actually be on the field.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's there's a lot to get done there.
There is.
And then you have to add in the 10 or so people that have worked to put this together. So
all the careful prep that we clearly have done to get ourselves ready for this day.
We did, but who can sleep before you're going to be live all day the next day? Not me.
Fair.
All right. So we have 8 minutes before invocation starts. Ruskate, do we have an 8-minute heritage video that we can play before that? Or do we need to still talk for 8 more minutes?
I want to set these heritage videos up. So for those of you who are not from Thierry, on Tyrian television, there are these things called heritage minutes that show up on the public broadcaster every now and again that talk about Canadian history. And so Izzy put together a series of these for on Tier to help us know some of the things about our heritage, which I think are brilliant. There's a couple we didn't get to that I would like to just talk about throughout the course of this broadcast, but they're going to not be as spectacular as the ones Izzy has put together.
Do you want to talk about one now? Since I'm not seeing Ref's gig.
We do have some videos, but we've also got the song coming up if we want to give some background on that.
So, coming up is the Brave and Bonnie host, which, to show our astounding professionalism we have done no research on. I remember a time when the Brave and Bonnie host was basically the anthem of Von Tier, and it got sung fairly often on the Warfield, and it got sung before all the lists and so on. But I'm embarrassed to admit that I don't remember the backstory to it, who wrote it, or anything else. Anybody in the comments wants to pop in and remind us of the history of this song, I'm dying to hear it.
Likewise, Brave and Bonnie host. When I first started playing, it was sung occasionally, but I don't think I've heard it more than 3 or 4 times. So, Alessandra, have you heard it before?
I have. I actually enjoy chiming in.
You know the words.
Ooh.
Not entirely. I can chime in on the chorus.
It's the perfect anthem then, because it's the brave and body host.
Looks like Eduardo says as long ago as 1984 is when it was being done. And someone says written by Roger the Gore.
Oh,
I think it actually precedes kingdom status. I think it was written when we were still a principality. I was just reading the history of this like 2 days ago, and I completely didn't take any note of it or anything. And Mistress Gala is singing it.
and she is a laurel for her talents, for her bardic talents,
Which are prodigious.
which are amazing. She even does some Sami kind of cow calling, throat singing stuff. That's just fascinating and beautiful.
I've not heard that.
Yeah.
Oh, the Brave and Bonny Host was sung at the first crown as the fighters processed. And where was that crown, I wonder?
Was it at this site,
It
perhaps?
was at McLean Boy Scout Park. That is absolutely correct. So there is a lengthy history to this site.
Yeah, which now that I'm kind of starting to wake up a little bit, I'm remembering that the reason why Gala is singing it today is at Izzy's request, because it was indeed sung at the First Crown tournament, and we're trying to. Isabella is very excited about pulling history together, so very cool. Oh, Phelan has an on-tier wiki.
Yeah.
That
Nice.
I think we're going to get put up here. Excellent.
Oh, so it was in the summer of 1980 was when it was first done.
Nice.
Very cool.
Thank you, Phelan. Very helpful.
For some reason, our wiki searching failed.
Because we are that professional.
Hey, man.
Well, this is what you have a live audience for, right? Is to help you with all the stuff you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yep, and we wanted participation, so here we go. Thank you very much, Phelan. That's
We are getting it.
awesome.
All right, I think we're going live to the field.
Oh, look, it's the field with the processional.
Nurgui, is that you?
There we go.
I know they're
Nope.
muted.
Nurgui is muted.
That's Gala there.
Looking very bardic. Can we unmute the live feed?
Oh, look, there's fighters. There's my sister. There's Isabella. There's our fearless leader. Okay, she's ready now.
Do we know that there's no audio on site?
I'm going to let her know.
Oh, when Dayden Dack stepped up, Dayden's sister, who's a professional opera singer, sang Brave and Bonny Host. I bet that was memorable.
Okay.
I've never met Dayden's sister. That seems odd. So it's looking like we're going to have a mime version of the Brave and Bonny Host. So I'm looking forward to that.
I'm desperately texting them, telling them to unmute. I can see my sister.
I think Ella's doing an excellent job of making this a memorable show, even without sound.
Oh, come on, y'all. I am
There's a dance number happening in the background.
So, Antonio, is this the site that Duke Sven lost or won his first crown?
I don't remember Duke Sven's first crown, to be honest.
It was the first crown I attended. And I know
I
it
was-
was in Canada.
I was going to ask you if you remember your first crown.
Yeah. It was the first crown that Duke Sven won for his then girlfriend, but now beautiful wife and mother of his 3 children, Duchess Signy. So,
do you remember who he fought against in the first one?
I want to say it was Avaloch, but I'm not really sure.
That's what I thought as well, but I wasn't sure if I was making that up.
Yeah, I think that's who it was. So.
I'm sure I was there, but I cannot remember.
I can't actually remember the first crown I went to, but I do know I went to this site the first time. It must have been very early because I met Montford, who was the king. And I must have been about 12 or 13. And I was walking across the field with Jeffrey, and this guy runs up to us and says, Jeffrey!
See how the mist lies over the field. The morning of battle has come. Soft in the glen, there's the muffled sound of men and the murmur of a battle drum. Fill your cups with ale or wine or beer. We will stand together, never fear. And we'll drink down a toast to the brave and bonny host who fight for the banner of Ontir. Now the light of the sun spreads over the hill. It scatters the mist from the green. And there in the clear come the warriors of Ontir. Their black and gold banner can be seen. Oh, see them advance as a wall of steel, each man with his sword and his shield. Now they charge with a cheer for the honor of Ontir, to win or to die upon the field. Fill your glass with ale or wine or beer. We will stand together, never fear. And we'll drink down a toast to the brave and bonny host who fight for the honor of Ontir. By many a fire there's a lady fair who waits for her love to return. Her needles in her threads, or she's baking of the breads and dreaming of the touch for which she yearns. To the crest of the hill fight the brave and the bold, where the slain thickly lie on the field. Now alone in the clear stand the warriors of Ontir, and the foeman at last is forced to yield. Fill your cups with ale or wine or beer. We will stand together, never fear. And we'll drink down a toast to the brave and bonny host who fight for the honor of Ontir. Oh, strike up your lutes, all ye minstrels, whose skills are renowned far and wide. Come tell us again of the mighty band of men who carried the battle for our side. Fill your cups with ale or wine or beer. We will stand together, never fear. And we'll drink down a toast to the brave and bonny host who fight for the banner of Ontir. Fill your cups with ale or wine or beer. We will stand together, never fear. And we'll drink down a toast to the brave and bonny host who fight for the honor of Ontir.
Well done.
Could be going to invocation of the lists here with their majesties. So
let all who would compete in the crown lists of the kingdom of Ontir present themselves before their majesties Christian and Hélène, king and queen of Ontir.
Your Majesties, may I present Sir Kenrick Bearson, inspired by Dame Ariana Freeman. Absolutely. Side.
Remember, it's been a long time.
Solve Rex Magni et Regina Gloriam. Sum Decimus Marius Gavinus Britannicus Equis. Et
Oh, so we have our cards out of order. I forgot that Andromache is the Bardic champion. My apologies. That's my fault.
Sorry, out of practice.
These cards are so helpful.
Your Majesties, may I present Duke Sven Folger Gunnarsson, Sir Rifkin, Averska Starodottir, inspiring each other.
Yay!
Sven was hoping to get a challenge in for the first round.
Classic.
At least they're as confused about the order as we are.
Your Majesty, may I present Countess Elizabeth de Rottingall, the inspiration of Alexander Leon.
Your Majesties, may I present Duchess Adwin Wren and Viscount Alden Applewayne, inspiring each other in combat.
Your Majesties, may I present Duke Alva Ludwig Bagelsson, inspired this day by Duchess Eva Weber.
Your Majesties, thank you for your dispensation that I may fight for Kiva while she is nearby but is delayed.
Your Majesties, I present to you Duke Saverick Coeur de Lion, inspired this day and all days by Duchess Dalla and Fegra.
Your Majesties, it was great honor if you allow us to fight in this list and attempt to follow you once again.
You would honor us.
Your Majesties, may I present the Viscount Stein Vikingson, fighting for the honor of Viscountess Gemma de Leroy.
So these very helpful cards are up on our Facebook page, are they not?
Pleasure.
That's correct.
Your Majesties, I present to you Viscount Kieran Azov, inspired this day by Arcos Athelina Gray.
Your Majesties, I seek permission to enter your lists on this day.
Your Majesties, may I present Sir Olin Medvedevich Olenov, Knight of Ontier, fighting for Magnifica Tiara Tiara.
So Kieran asked permission to fight in the list. Some people might not know that everyone who fights in the list has to have the personal permission of the crown, which is part of the point of the whole processional.
Your Majesties, I present today Viscountess Tanglesilberg Glynn, inspiration of William de Margat.
Majesty, I ask permission to fight in the tournament.
Your Majesties, I present Comtessa Saxa Emilia Africana and her champion fighting to press her claim, Vicomte Antoine de Langon.
Permission to enter your list, Majesties.
Your Majesties, I present Sir Timothy Ab Cardock, inspired this day by Baroness Tirza Nick Cathal.
Your permission.
Your Majesties, I present to you Sir Finn Sandrintham, fighting for the honor of Her Ladyship Tinnet Courtuit Alien.
Thank you.
Your Majesties, it does me great honor to present Sir Gannon Valtor de Harfleur, inspired today by Her Ladyship Aisha Alzara.
Your Majesties, I have the honor of presenting Sir Saif Ibn Wayne, fighting for Baroness Constance Davy.
With your permission, as we have discussed, she cannot make it, but I did give her my oath. And if you let me, I would like to fight in this list without her being present. It has.
Your Majesties, may I introduce Her Ladyship Elvina Elfinwood, inspiring this day as her champion, Sir William of the Battered Helm.
Permission to enter your list, Your Majesties?
Your Majesties, I present unto you Sir Rorik Ormstonga Sigmundson, inspired by Baron Aaron Sorino.
Majesties, we are honored to return to your heirs. So, thank you.
Your Majesties, I present for you, for your approval, Sir Duncan McKinnon, inspired this day by Mistress Aliana Graymore.
You're going that side. How many times have you done this, Kim?
Your Majesties, I present Sir Aiken McKay, inspired by Her Ladyship Shazade.
Your Majesties, I present you Mistress Sigurdis Gala Eiríksdóttir, inspiring today His Lordship Lyric Godwin.
That was the previous one. This is Lyric. There we go.
Your Majesties, I present to you Sir Nikolai Romanov Wontakov, inspired in all things by Her Ladyship Anna Sulita.
Your Majesties, I present Sir Quaz Vermindal, inspired by his lovely lady, Lenara Vermindal.
Your Majesties, I present to you Sir Bryn Fitzavric, inspired as always by Mistress Tatiana Alexanos.
Your Ma- Your Majesties, I present Finula Ingen Mira, inspired by His Lordship Kongabara Macawan.
I couldn't do anything.
Your Majesties, I present His Lordship Draven McCrae, mounted on to Viscount Kieran Azov, inspired by Lady Savia of Ramsgard.
Your Majesties, may I have permission to adjourn this?
Your Majesties,
We messed up. Things up down there.
You started.
Your Majesties, I present to you Lord Baron Ulrich, inspired by Lady Aislinn of Blathanor.
Your Majesties, I present to you Lord Niklaus Volkot, inspired this day by Lady Ioana. Yeah.
That's a pretty good hat.
Your Majesties, from Cold Colmore, I present to you Lord Oswell, retired privateer of the high seas, inspired today by Lady Tuleyuva.
I didn't know.
Majesty, may I fight in your tournament today?
Your Majesties, I joyfully present to you Lord Decimus Aurelius, inspired by Lady Yasemina van Bossenbroek.
Finally, I'm not the one with the noisy leg. I got permission.
Your Majesties, I have the greatest joy in presenting to you Lord Bjorn Bjolfsson, fighting in your lists for Adelwolf Jaeger.
Majesties, Majesties, we seek permission to fight in the list today.
Absolutely.
Your Majesties, we complete the list with Cormaca, fighting today for Ada.
First crown turn. Majesty, I wish to.
Majesty, may I present your marshals for the day?
Majesty, as your own marshal, I was able to find some assistance this morning to run your tournament. So thank you for hosting this day.
Thank you to Dennis
Your Majesties, we and two others shall be your field heralds today.
as well.
Yeah, I have to say one.
How many do we have aside? I think we are close. Can we get a count?
34. Oh, that's total, Your Majesty. I'm sorry.
Per side, yeah. Just wondering how many we got.
So here's where they try and figure out who is going to be the challenger and who is going to be challenged. And so they do that by dividing the fighters equally in half.
That side and
Count 15, Your Majesty.
So, you have the same number? Or?
15? 15. Okay.
That's only 33.
so somebody better at math than I am. How many do we need? Because we moved 17, yeah. So we just have one.
One moving over would make 16 and 7.
Yeah. Whichever way you want to do it, yeah. Okay. What we've got.
Alden's in armor.
Yeah, he's in armor.
Oh, ew.
Ouch. I've been working on my armor for.
Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I miscounted. There are 16 on this side.
16 and 18. So what?
Then we have one of the shiv that needs to move over. Right?
So it looks like the king has to figure out who to demote.
So.
It also looks like perhaps we're missing one of the pre-reg fighters.
And so our list person says that if there's 34, there won't be a buy fight for the first 2 rounds.
So here we are finally. At this moment where I wanted to say to everyone, welcome home, but it feels like we've left so many people at home, and it pains me to say that. This is a great assembly of people, but we miss so many people. We miss so many people that have to stay home. We did this with the intent to minimize the amount of exposure contact that's possible. And it breaks my heart to have people have to be at home to see this, not be able to show up, not be able to take part in this. It's not what we're used to. It's not what we know. And it does hurt. But it's amazing to see the people that have been able to come out to this, who have been able to come up across the border to be part of this. It's a tough decision. There's no good decision, but we had to do it. So in this role, which is why we're assembled, you got to make tough calls. And I hope that anybody who would be successful to take the throne knows that you will not please everyone. You will not be able to reach everyone. And I've sat the thrones long enough to know that. And it hurts because I wish people would know how much you try and you want to. But it is not possible. So this is the example right here. But thank you all for being here. Thank you all for making the effort, the honestly painful effort to go through all the rigmarole, to go through all the checks and to get the tests and otherwise to be here. Thank you. You've made us proud. You've brought as much of the kingdom that we can have together here. So what we do here is we try to bring together the best of our kingdom, and we try to find the one pairing between the king and the queen, king and king, queen and queen, however you want it to be able to rule over the kingdom. That cannot happen without a massive team of people at your call and who work with you. And they all came out to make this work. We have an event team that came together last minute to make this work. And it's only because of the love of everyone and the intent and the hope to be able to come back to what we all know one day. And we want to say thank you first and foremost to that, because this was not easy. This didn't happen overnight. It did happen in a short amount of time though, and we're grateful for that. To be honest, normally I would try to have some sort of inspiring words and something to say to rev everybody up and get them going and think about winning, but I don't think winning is really the goal here. It's about taking on this task to be put into a position to do work and to serve the people. I need to make sure that everyone here has that in mind, that if you are to be successful today, that's your goal. Not an accolade, not a crown, not some shiny thing on your head, but work. Your goal should be work, and it could be for a long time. So please keep that in mind. It is not easy. Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Long live the king!
Long live the king!
Long live the queen!
Long live the queen!
I, as usual, don't have as many words as His Majesty. But I really want to impress on everybody, and everybody knows how important Crown Tournament is. This is going to obviously be a different one in the tournament. It's going to be a different reign, again, than normal. Your job today, and should you be victorious today, is to help rebind the separation and the division that has grown between people and the kingdom. We have been all separated in spirit and in person, and the work that needs to be done to bring everybody back home and bring everybody back together is gargantuan. So when you hit the field today, well, don't hit the field, hit your opponent. But when you're out there, think about what you can do to honor your partner and your consort, what you can do to honor the SCA, and take kindness, think the best of your opponent, fight hard, fight clean, obviously, but really, really look to make this the best day for everyone around you. Because I think we all need a really great day. Thank you all.
His Majesty would now like to speak to those fighters entering the lists today. He would like for you to come behind the Royal Pavilion and he will meet with you there. The consorts are requested to remain in place.
Now this is interesting. I've never seen the king pull the fighters off the field in this way. Typically I've seen them sort of address the fighters in the field.
And you know, we also have never. Oh, the on-site camera's gone. We also have never live streamed this section of everything before, so for some reason my camera is not starting up again.
Because we are that professional, that's why.
We had this problem. We had this problem yesterday with my camera. That's awesome. So yeah, I think probably this is just them getting away from the live stream and having a moment of privacy with his fighters, and totally king's prerogative. Totally legit.
Oh, for sure. I find it interesting because although it's true there's a live stream, the typical invocation of the lists is before the populace, right? So I'm just it's an interesting variation, and I say that with no implied criticism. I'm just curious.
Yeah, same.
This may have something to do with COVID.
It may.
And recommendations if they were to win, because they did ask the inspirations to stay in the lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, shoot.
You could just be the disembodied voice of God.
And Alessandra is like, I'm just going to be here all day now.
Can you figure out to lip sync it so that Alessandra, you just move your mouth at the same time that Achaxe is talking?
Not sure I'm going to manage that.
So before we went to gala, I was in the middle of telling what in retrospect is not a very funny story about Montford, but I'm going to finish it anyways. So I was about 12. This is my first big event. I'd been going to fighting practice for a long time in Lionsgate, but never really been to a major event. And we're walking down across the field, and this guy runs up and says, Jeffrey, I just bought these new boots and they're so cool. Look. And he hurls himself on the ground and he pulls them off. He says, because they go on these feet. And then he pulls them off and puts them on the other feet and says, and they go on the other foot too. And he gets up and runs away. I said, who was that guy? And he said, yeah, that was the king. So that was the time that I met Monfred, was him hurling himself on the ground and showing me that his boots went on both feet. Good times. You young people don't know how exciting this was. So back in, AS20, getting actual footwear was nightmarish in the SCA before we had the internet and people making shoes in Russia and whatnot. So that was, in fact, a pretty exciting moment when you had a pair of historical shoes.
Very true.
Also, we had to go to school uphill both ways in the snow. So, So we forgot to set this up. We were going to have some runway interviews and ask people as they went up to the list who they were wearing and so on. But I guess we dropped the ball in the whole red carpet processional moment. Oh, looks like the fighters are back.
Mr. Salatea, Earl Marshal.
She's little. It's hard to see her overall.
Do you, Alethea Filia Lazari, Earl Marshal of Antir, accept authority over this field?
I do.
Henceforth, let none but the chivalric combatants and those with official business pertaining to combat come within these precincts until the combat is concluded. Let the people of Antir bear witness to the combatant's oath. Do you each know and swear to abide by the rules of the lists? Do you each have a lord or lady whose favor you advance and whom you may crown as your consort should you prove victorious on the field today?
I so swear.
Do you each swear that if victory is yours today, you and your chosen consort will attend your coronation, the crown tournament, to select your successor and your successor's coronation?
I so swear.
Do you affirm that if victory is yours today, you and your consort shall swear fealty to the crown of Antir?
I so swear.
Do you also affirm that you and your consort will fulfill the duties and obligations of the crown of Antir, ruling justly according to the laws and customs of Antir, to the utmost of your abilities, so long as you shall reign?
I so swear.
Then go bravely forth to the field of honor to prove the worth of your inspiration in noble victory or honorable defeat.
You're up first. Make it a good one.
No.
Huzzah. Nice pick.
So this is one of the parts of Crown that I hated the most. There's this metric you have to do where on the one hand you want to go as far as possible in Crown, on the other hand you want the best possible fight. And so the figuring out who was the person you most wanted to challenge always tortured me a lot. So I was really delighted when I got knighted and didn't have to do that anymore.
That one.
I'm leaving smoking stick.
Awesome. Well, man.
I'll go here.
Sounds good.
I saw that coming. If I don't look at it, maybe you won't. You're not looking at me, are you? Sweet.
Spike. Your inspiration. Do you think that's my love is awesome, right?
Yep.
See on the field.
Yep.
William. Let's get you, my lord. It's been my pleasure. Perfect.
What's your name? I have you second round. Sorry. We are gonna fight though.
Sure. Timothy. You want to fight on this field?
Give us like 20 minutes, like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and then we'll
we're in the second.
Yeah, okay. Hey! Hold it.
All right.
Sounds fun. Lionsgate. Sweet. Nice. I'm something vampire again. Cool.
And that looks like all of the pairings. So now they'll assemble the field. I'm not sure how they're going to do this, actually, this tournament. They often just sort of do this almost like a round robin. They sort of fire through them really quickly. So I'm not sure if they're going to do the salutes and whatnot this time because it's such a small field.
That's true. Oftentimes with the larger one, you'll salute the ones on the field yourself. And it sounded like they already know who they're paired with in the second round. I heard a couple people telling the person coming towards them, no, we've already got to fight in the second, which that's
Either
very
that
unusual.
Or Misty just didn't want to fight Oswell and was making excuses. Oh, no, I've got you in the second round. Also, I'm washing my hair, so...
Well, I did hear a second person saying it as well. So
Oh, okay. That's well, fair. Okay.
that is highly unusual, though. There's usually too many people and not enough time.
Indeed.
Hey, live stream! Good to see ya! It's not raining! Woo!
Yes, it's not raining yet.
Or hopefully not at all. We're gonna have fun today.
I wish I could ask you questions that Antonio and Achaxe were sending along. How are you feeling today? You feeling refreshed?
I'm feeling great.
Good. Are you excited? Who do you have in the first challenge round?
Draven. Oh, sorry, Draven's second round. First, Bjorn.
How do you feel fighting your old man of arms?
He actually wasn't my man at arms.
There we go.
No, he's been
student in one way or another.
Definitely. He helped a lot with the university crew, teaching and mentoring up there. So it's good to see him.
Best of luck.
To see everybody. Thank you.
Nergui, are you still there? Can you hear us? Nope, we've lost Nergui. Okay, fair enough. Why don't we cut to a heritage minute? I think we have time for one of those.
Sounds good.
The other thing that you that I know you for is how active you are in the Ladies of the Rose, and I should say the Order of the Rose now.
Yes.
What are some of the things that you've done through that group that you're particularly proud of, or that have brought you joy?
I think the biggest thing is the riderless tour ceremony. I have to get, the credit goes to Dagmar and Kyrie, I believe, were the people who came up with the idea for it. But, I've been really proud to be able to be involved with it and got to be the first, lead the horse for the very first ceremony, right before our coronation happened with Luther. And luckily at the time I had this big black perch on, Maximus, and he was really appropriate for that. But it's a solemn event and it means a lot to people. And
for people not from Ontario, can you describe what the ceremony looks like?
Yeah, apologies. It's kind of based on, well, I think people have seen the modern day riderless horse where in a parade or a ceremony they'll bring in, but we bring in a horse that has no rider on it. And we have the Order of the Rose has put together the old champion's cloak and turned it into a barding for the riderless horse. And it was a great way to not just get rid of a piece of our history. So, and then what happens is the horse is led into court escorted by all the former consorts of the Principality Kingdom, and then the Queen is given tassels and the name of each person who has passed in the year since the last ceremony. Their name is read off, and for each name a tassel is added to the barding. This is a place for us to remember those people that helped build Ontario and that we've lost over that time.
They're about to start on the.
All right, the fighting started.
Tyler, once your pairing has been registered with Liz, you may fight out at your pleasure.
Request?
There's a good one. I back out. I'll have it right there as well. Okay, cool. Ready? Ready? Now.
Yes. Sir.
Okay, I'm back.
Good.
That's Sven's fights for you. You gotta not blink or you miss them.
Oh. Sorry. Nice defense. Nice defense. Got you in the end. Sorry. Yeah, that's good. I'm happy with it.
Sorry.
Hard enough? Was it hard enough? If it's not hard enough, it's light. Yeah.
Sure.
No, it's not hard enough. Just clear. Oh, you're sure.
I'm sure.
What was? Oh, thank you.
Wait, they're filming. You want to go this corner?
Sorry.
Okay. I step out every time right there.
Oh, sure.
So, so you want to go? Have the fighters here, and we'll go this way. Okay. That way we can stay out of her way, and we can both back there.
You want us to go this way? He wants over here.
Yeah. That way we don't stand in the live feed.
Sure.
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Lay on.
Ready? Hey. Lay on.
Hit me in the head. Did I? Not very hard, but it's clean. No, let's do it again. Yeah, absolutely. Hit again. Ready? I'm ready. Fight your fight, William.
Lay
Oh, you're a close fighter. I'm just old. Comfy? Yes, sir. Great. What the honor me? What's the list?
I don't know about anybody else, but I really like when I see fighters fall over in Crown. You know, the
As you
going
know,
to one knee
today,
just never
I've
worked for me for
been
pageantry.
Reno. I hope to earn the worthiness of his favor, and it's my pleasure to be under him.
Are you ready?
Ready? Ready. Yeah, fight well, my friend.
You too. Ah,
What's this?
No.
Are you ready? I am. Ready? Wow.
Got it?
What's this?
How are we going to get Let's to advance otherwise?
Predictions, Your Excellency?
Are you ready? Ready?
So, ready?
Lay on.
Sanguinos Day. Yeah.
Not even right. Not even. No. I asked for this. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. No problem. When you're comfortable. Yep, good, good. Right on top. On tier! Short list. Must have been all of ours. That went quick. Oh, I know.
I think that's a complete round.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Alrighty. I'm hoping that we'll get a shot of the list board at some point.
Switch these cameras, but I don't know.
So, Alessandra, you have some insight onto how they knew what their pairings were. Do you want to share that with everyone?
I do. I'm chatting with Her Ladyship Rowan, who is the current Kingdomless Minister, who was unable to be there today due to some family conflict. But with the pre-registration, she was able to actually have those second round pairings done Wednesday night. And she sent up the fight cards and the score sheets. We refer to them as bowling sheets, already pre-filled in.
Nice.
She says it's all going to plan.
This is such a different experience from a regular crowd. I mean, it's different because no one's there and we're doing it from our houses, which is bizarre. But yeah, like that would be a very different crowd to walk onto site knowing who you're going to fight the second round. That's really interesting.
Would be.
So, and that's all due to the fact that everybody had to pre-register due to COVID.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes list jobs a lot easier, I would assume.
Oh, very much so. A lot more calm. Because normally during processional, that's what you're doing is laying out the pairings for the second round and getting the shield tiles all prepped and ready to put on the board.
So if you had a request to future participants in the Crown tournament, would it be, because pre-registration is always available for the tournament, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It has been in the last decade or so, yeah.
Yeah. So
please pre-reg.
I know a lot of us are last minute Lucy's and we just kind of decide Thursday, okay, we're going to do this. But if you can pre-reg, it really cuts down a lot on the work that the lists have to do on site. And it takes their panic factor way down.
Very much.
Does list do they take all the people who are pre-regged and put them in the system ahead of time? Like, do you do pairings with the pre-regged people, or do you just wait until the processional to see who you've got?
You do have to wait until after everybody's checked in. Even if you're pre-registered, you do still come through lists and just say, hey, I'm here. Because there's always the chance that you've had an armor failure, you've come down sick, family emergency, something that we would then have to take you out of the list. I think in this case, it looks like Baron Achaxe is the one participant that didn't make it up today.
Right.
Thanks for doing that math.
It's what I do.
I hadn't quite figured that out yet. I was dealing with camera outages and things.
No, they were saying there was 16 on one side and 18 on the other, so you've got 17 pairs.
And Isabella is saying that the list board isn't quite ready yet for a picture. They have to turn the losses over and make sure that none of the pairings for the second round have changed.
Right.
So as soon as that's available, I'm sure she will get it posted. Because I'd like to kind of give Isabella a shout out. For those of you that have not been able to attend Crown for some time, every time we have some sort of internet presence at Crown, it's almost always been Isabella taking pictures of the list board, posting pairings, and then, announcing the finals and finally the victor. And for myself, that is how I've participated in Crown tournaments for quite a while now. And I'm so grateful. And so to have her ask us to do this today was absolutely an honor, because she's worked so hard for so long.
Looks like round 2 might be ready.
All. Here are the pairings on the Azure Field in the second round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. Sir Roderick will meet Sir Duncan. Sir Saif will meet Sir Decimus. Sir Gavinus. Sir Finn will meet Sir Bryn.
It was nice. Decimus got a little promotion there for a minute.
We'll meet Baron Ulrich. Sir Rifkin will meet Oswell. Viscount Sir Alden will meet Bjorn Bjolsson. Viscount Kieran Azov will meet Decimus Aurelius. Viscount Stein will meet William de Margat. Duke Alpha will meet Alexandros. Sir Roderick, Sir Duncan, arm and stand ready.
Good gentles, my lords and ladies, the pairings for the second round of the Crown Tournament on the Checky Field are as follows. Duke Sven Folger Gunnarsson will meet Sir Nikolai Rabinus von Takov. Duke Savrik will meet Nikolai Volkart. Viscount Sir Olin Medvedevich Ovanov will meet Draven McRae. Viscount Antoine Alalangdor will meet Cormacker. Sir Kenrick Bearson will meet Finula Ingen Mersha. Sir Adwin Wren will meet Larrick Godwin. Sir Gernan Valtor de Harfleur will meet Sir Quaz Vermandal. Sir William of the Battered Helm will meet Sir Ethan Dalkay. Duke Sven Folger Gunnarsson, Sir Nikolai Rabinus von Takov, arm and be ready.
Honor combatants, salute you, the Crown of Ontario. Good gentles all, here to meet in the second round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. Sir Rorik and Sir Duncan. Salute to the crown volunteer. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent, and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
On your honor, and at the marshal's command.
Lay on!
Touch on the elbow. Comfy there? Yep.
Victory! To defend Father Gunnarsson.
Go.
Good gentlemen, my lords and ladies. The second round of the crown
Victory to Sir Rourke.
Here do meet in honorable combat. Duke Stavrik. And Nikolai Volkar.
Sir Said.
Honored combatants.
Sir Finn.
Salute you, the crown volunteer.
Arm and stand ready. The gentles all.
Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day.
Sir Said. And Sir Decimus.
Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent.
Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day.
Upon your honor and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Salute your most noble and worthy opponent, and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Ready.
Lay on!
Victory to Duke Stavrik.
Victory!
Ivanov and Drayden McRae to the Checky Field. Viscount Antoine, Alalongor, and Cormacker.
Sir Finn! Sir Finn! Take the field. Sir Timothy! Aaron! Arm and stand ready.
Good gentles, my lords and ladies, the second round of the crown tournament. Here do meet in honorable combat. Viscount Sir Olin, Mental,
The gentles here to meet in the second round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. Sir Finn. And Sir
honored
Bryn.
combatants, salute you, the crown of Ontario.
Salute you, the crown of Ontario.
Salute the one who inspires your
Salute
deeds
the one who
this day.
inspires your brave deeds this day.
Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent.
Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. At the marshal's command, you may begin.
On your honor and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Lay on!
No flat, too flat.
Huzzah!
Victory, Sir Brent. Timothy, Baron Ulrich, take the field. Sir Rifkin, Oswald, arm stand ready. Cormac. Honor, come back.
Well, that's better. For a minute there, I thought they were fighting on a really steep field.
Not sold on this Kraken team yet, though.
Yeah, try not to get seasick there.
Nice from the back end, but a lot of 3-2 games coming.
Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. Upon your honor, and at the march of command, you may begin. Victory to Wyckoff, Antoine, Allah, Longoa. The Gentles all, here to meet in the second round of the On-Tier Crown Tournament, Sir Timothy and Berwin Ulwick. Sir Kenneth Barrison. This is the crowns of On-Tier.
Hell, rats.
Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most noble and worthy opponent, and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Lay on!
Honors come out. Salute to the crowd of On-Tier. Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. Upon your honor and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
That's one.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sir German, Sir Claus, at the ready.
Yes, sir.
Good gentlemen, my lords and ladies, in the second round. Victory, Sir Timothy.
Well done.
Viscount Alden, Bjorn, arm and stand ready. Salute the one who inspired your deeds this day. The gentles all, here to meet in the second round of the On-Tier Crown Tournament. Sir Rifkin. And Oswald. Salute to the crowns of On-Tier. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. And at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Lay on!
Victory, Sir Rifkin. Thank you. Sir William
Tomb of the Battered Hill, Sir Eichel Malkai. Meet at the ready.
With help. With help. Viscount Karen, Decimus. Arm and stand ready.
Your gentles, my lords and ladies, in the second round of the Crown Tournament, here you meet in honorable combat. Karen Belfort de Harcourt.
Good gentles all, here to meet in the second round of the on-tier Crown Tournament. Viscount Alden. And Bjorn. Lovely that. Salute you, the crowns of on-tier. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponents. And at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Ready?
Not a lot of fabric on that. Sorry about that. Look at that, we're almost the same height now. Gentles, my lords and ladies, in the second round of the Crown Tournament, in honorable combat, and Sir Eichel Malkai. Honored combatant, salute you, the Crown of Ontier. Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. Upon your honor and at the marshal's command.
Victory to Viscount Alden.
Nice fight, dude.
Viscount Stein, William de Mogat, arm and stand ready.
Victory to Sir Eichel Malkai.
Good gentles all, here to meet in the second round of the on-tier Crown Tournament. Viscount Karen and Decimus Aurelius. Salute you, the crowns of on-tier. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. And at the marshal's command, you may begin. Double kill.
Okay.
Got me under the arm.
Right, double.
A double kill will be refought.
Double again?
Double again. A double kill will be refought.
All right, Desmond, you ready?
I'm ready.
my arm. Victory, Viscount Karen.
All right.
Duke Alpha. Alexandros, arm and stand ready. Good gentles all, here to meet in the second round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. Viscount Stein. William de Moga. Salute you, the crowns of Ontario. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. Let the marshal's command, you may begin.
Rayon! Yeah.
Yes, good. I'll take it. Victory to Viscount Stein. They got it. Good gentles all. Here to meet in the second round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. Duke Alpha and Alexandros Leonos. Gentlemen, salute to the crowns of Ontario. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. And at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Rayon!
A double kill will be refought.
All right, ready? Rayon!
Victory to Duke Alpha. Thus ends the second round of the Ontario Crown Tournament.
I had my arm shaking before the
Hold.
Yeah, you guys can.
Okay. Can we cut the sound from the
There we go. Magical. So that's thank you, Ref Skeg. He is our magic behind the camera today, and he's been doing a great job.
Thank you for doing this, Achaxe. I'm just along for the ride. It's okay.
You too, Antonio, and Alessandra. Just so everybody knows, I contacted Alessandra day before yesterday, and she agreed to do some talking about lists. And now she's kind of on board for the get-go until she's tired of us. So.
And ironically, she's the most coherent and prepared of the three of us. Are we back? Is this actually going on now? Round three is happening?
Round three.
Holy cow, they're going fast.
Holy crap.
Good thing we're here to fill up the space. Who inspires your brave deeds this day?
I did say it was going to happen faster than most people expected.
Yeah.
Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. And at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Are we down to one field?
I'm ready. Good. Victory to Viscount Karen. Now ends the second round, the Ontario Crown Tournament. All good. We're not refighting it yet.
Okay, I wasn't quite as fast as we thought.
Just a refight?
I think that was just a refight, yeah.
Okay.
Some debate about who actually won that round. I was actually a bit curious about that. 'Cause
no.
it looked like a bit of kill. No? What was it?
Alessandra, maybe she was talking to her cat.
Nope, that was not me.
Oh,
It sounded like Izzy. I'm not sure what was going. Maybe we picked something up from the camera
okay.
on site. So we're hoping to get some pictures of the shield board at some point here so we can see what the pairings are for round 3. So as we have our on-site reporters hopefully moving in that direction. Do we want to play another Heritage Minute?
Yeah, I think probably that's a good idea.
Okay. Take it away.
The night fealty traditionally been the color of steel? Is that from the beginning?
Started later, like year 3 or 4, something like that. It was kind of in a response to the fact that the West had that thing where, we got to disarm before we approach our majesty. Originally it was, I have loyal knights. I do not need to have my honorable disarmed to come before me. When they swore fealty, it was on the points of the swords of your knights.
It wasn't a circle of steel originally. It was the blades presented so that the prince could hold on to the tips. And there just weren't that many tips to hold on to. But once it got to a certain size, if you were going to keep on the tradition, it turned into a big circle of steel. and honestly, it didn't look so dangerous when it was just a few of us.
No, never mind. That's not. That's very bad.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
I'll read on the name.
I'm going to mute their mic because while it would be nice to hear what they're saying, there's so much background noise that it's okay.
I think that is a good plan.
And I'm going to mute Refsking's mic. Nope, that wasn't who it was.
Okay, so it looks like we still have 2 fields running here.
Let's see if we can. Oh, there we go. All right, so we've got Sven and Savrik both without losses. Oh, they're not done yet.
Well, no. Yeah, it seemed like a pretty off-kilter board.
And Alessandra, I muted you because I was trying to get rid of some background noise. If you
I'm back.
Okay. Thanks, sorry.
Nope, totally understandable. I am also trying to figure out what are they doing with that board.
I guess we could unmute them and listen to them and see. Yeah, still not informative.
No, they seem as confused as we are.
Yep.
Geez, is anybody involved in this crown at all professional? Come on, people.
Well, it has been 2 years since we've had a crown, right? Is that right? Year and a half? How long has it been?
Yeah, I guess it has, yeah.
So we're all a little out of practice. Although I can't.
This is how I remember crowns always going. Is I mean they've got a monumental job, and there's always been a little bit of confusion and backing and forthing.
Yeah.
I'm impressed they get these things up as fast as they do.
I'm seeing 23 tiles. There's Katrin.
They aren't matched up.
No, not yet.
Yeah.
You got to put them all up there and see what you got. You know, do some brainstorming before you make your final decision. I get it.
Usually someone will come forward from the list table with the actual cards that get handed to the heralds, and they verify that the pairings on the board match the pairings that have been handed out on the cards. Because the cards that go out to the field have the higher ranked fighter's card on top and the lower ranked fighter card below it.
And it looks
correspond to the left and right line.
It looks like the person in the yellow coat has those cards in their hand.
Agreed.
I'm not sure if we all saw this. The last crown was September 2019. So
2 years, over 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That was Anna. So it looks like they got most of one field ready to go, and they're figuring out the second field.
They were smiling and not crying, so that's a good sign.
And here again is where you can see the tiles that are upside down are reflecting the fighter that has lost one life so far.
And do they try to funnel them generally towards people with one life fighting people with one life, or is that just totally random and they don't worry about it?
It sort of depends on the list person. I know myself, and the way that I teach it is to definitely pair losses to losses and wins to wins to try and get down to the finals a little more quickly, and actually to keep it more in line with what a true double elimination tournament would be.
Right.
At the moment, the closest we get to an actual double elimination tournament, I think, is the format they refer to as an Atlantean speed tourney, where you've got two fields and the winners stay on one field. If you've lost, you go to the second field. And if you lose on that second field, you're done.
Yeah.
That is actually a true double elimination. Looks like one field's cards are ready.
I can't work out what's going on with that other field where it seems like they have too many
They do.
shields up there. However, me being confused about what's happening with lists is no indication there's a problem. So,
Well, and Rowan is also commenting to me that she's not quite sure why they are on the board they are. They're supposed to be using Sable and Checky.
again, maybe they just want to experiment, get it right. It's like using the extra whiteboard to sort of do your brainstorming, and then they'll move them to the correct field.
That could be.
Or they're just giving us stuff to talk about.
That's probably, it's very considerate of them. They're thinking there's dead air. The people doing the live feed have to have something entertaining. That's probably what they're thinking. It's very generous of them, really.
In sending out the pairings, we also typically put the higher ranked fighters towards the beginning of the pile of cards. So they should have the fights that are towards the beginning of the round.
Right.
And Sir Nikolai. Viscount Sir Olin and Sir William of Battered Helm. Viscount Antoine, Sir Gernon, and Sir Kinnerick and Sir Adwin. Duke Sven and Sir Ivan report to the field. Honored combatants, salute you the crown of Antir. Salute the one who inspires you this day. And salute your most honorable and worthy opponent.
You too.
On your honor and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
I find it funny, by convention in Ontario, we indicate if we have a thrusting tip, which everybody has a thrusting tip now. So it's like indicating you're wearing a helmet. But we still do it.
Our field are as follows. Duke over meets Bjorn. Viscount Sir Stein meets Sir Bren. Viscount Sir Kieran meets Sir Gavinus Britannicus.
And Sir William, stand ready.
Viscount Sir Alden meets Sir Duncan.
Salute you, the crown of Ontario.
Sir Ripken
Salute the one who inspires your
meets
deeds this day.
Sir Rick.
It's Rorik.
Sir Timothy meets Sir Safe.
Safe.
Sir Fed fights the bye. So if Sir Ulf and Bjorn could come forth.
I do not have a question. How many do you got?
Victory to Duke Sovereign.
Good gentles, noble cousins, in the third round of the tournament, here to meet in honorable combat. Duke Ulf and Bjorn. Honored combatants, salute you the crown of Ontario. Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. Upon your honor and at the marshal's command, you may begin. Silence.
Ow! You threw something that touched me. Any problem? Does that look okay? I felt it, but it did not look like it. Are you okay with that?
Victory to Sir Oak.
You can tell if there's bleached or back, so.
Victory to Viscount Sir Olin.
Good gentles, in the third round of the tournament, do here meet in honorable combat. Viking Sir Stein and Sir Bryn.
He's coming. Harold, tell the next turn to stand and be ready. That'll help them.
Would Sir Viscount Sir Kieran and Sir Gavinus Britannicus please stand ready?
Reporting to the field. Sir Kinnerick and Sir Edwin, stand ready.
Thank you.
No, you're good. You're good. Thank you so much, Harold.
The crown of Ontario.
You're good, man. Thank you. It's not you.
Salute the one who
Yeah.
inspires your deeds this day.
Honorable combatants, salute you the crown of Ontario. Salute the one who inspires you this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. Upon your honor and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Leon!
In my defense. Good shot. Right. Yes. Nice, right there. Perfect shot.
Victory to Sir Stein. Sir Edmund and Sir Kitterick, report to your field. Sir Viscount Sir Alden and Sir Duncan, please stand ready. Good gentles, in the third round of the tournament, do here meet in honorable combat. Viking Sir Kieran and Sir Gavinus the Honored combatants, salute you the crown of Ontier.
Rex. Not that I fought much at all, but I did.
Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day.
So I wasn't fighting much before COVID. So. No, it's good. It's good.
Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent.
He's sticking his arm out over your arm there. Yeah.
Upon your honor and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Once you take it, I'll call it flat. It's the whole just.
Leon!
That's a whole minute. I get you talking too.
This ends the third round on the turkey field.
Sorry about that. Sorry. Coffee? Oh yeah. Good job. Good ribs. Thank you. Thank you. Just making sure you might shield it. Could have been shielded at the same time. Yeah, I thought it was shield, but I believe it was mostly shield. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. No, I just wanted to confirm. Absolutely. No, you did great. Thank you. Thank you. Victory.
Victory to Viscount Sir Kieran.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to check. Right? No, you did perfectly fine. Great. I have no doubt.
Will Sir Rifkin and Sir Roderick, please, Rorik, stand ready. Good gentles, in the third round of the tournament, do meet here in honorable combat. Viscount Sir Alden and Sir Duncan. Honorable combatants. Salute you, the crown of Ontier. Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. And upon your honor and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Leon!
Victory to Sir Duncan. Will Sir Timothy and Sir Safe please stand ready? Good gentles, in the third round of the tournament, do meet here in honorable combat. Sir Rifkin and Sir Rorik. Honored combatants, salute you, the Crown of Ontario. Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. And upon your honor and at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
Leon!
Help you there? Sorry.
Sir Rorik is the victor. Good gentles, in the third round of the tournament, do meet here in honorable combat. Sir Timothy and Sir Sage. Honored combatants, salute you, the Crown of Ontario.
Hail, Rex!
Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. And upon your honor and at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
Leon!
If anyone watching from home knows someone who's on site and can have them send us a photo of the list board, we would love to see that. So feel free to let them know that.
So fun.
Boy.
I think I caught this with my sword.
Okay.
There's buried. There's that.
My friend, I'm
Comfortable
not
there?
worried about it.
Okay.
You are fine.
Ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
I like.
No. See? All right.
Yeah.
Victory to Sir Safe. Sir Finn And fights the bye.
Yeah, bye's coming in.
Right there, he's coming.
And I'm sorry, your name is?
Sir
Claw. Good gentles, in the third round of the tournament, in the bye fight, do here meet in honorable combat. Sir Finn and Sir Quas. Honored combatants, salute you the crown of Ontir. Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. And upon your honor and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Leon.
Was that clear on back there? I think she does that. I was ducking, I only heard it.
Victor into Sir Quas. This ends the third round in the Azure field.
Okay, that was an exciting round. We lost a whole bunch of people at Lionsgate in that one, as far as I can tell.
Were you able to track it, Sir Antonio? Because I am so lost right now.
I wasn't able to track a lot, and this is, I mean, I think that it's better if people fall over because the pageantry is better. But I think also it's very challenging when someone gets hit in the leg and someone dies and they both drop to their knees. It's like, I don't know what that means. But as far as I can tell, Bryn was knocked out that round. William of the Battered Helm was knocked out that round. And I think that Kenrick was knocked out that round.
Okay.
Alessandra, do you have...
I think Kenrick was the victor in his fight.
Oh, I thought I saw him go down. Okay, maybe I'm mistaken.
I'm not sure. I only managed to catch the pairings on 10 of them.
I didn't catch any of the pairings. I'm watching the fighting, so I'm sort of noticing that from a totally different perspective. But yeah, that was a bit of a Lionsgate holocaust there.
Wah wah.
Wah wah wah. Exactly.
Anne is asking, is Finn or Quaz still in?
I got the feeling that Quaz is now the bye fighter.
I couldn't tell who was.
Wrong.
Yeah, I think Finn was the person actually in there. I'm not sure though.
That was definitely the bye fight, so one of them was the bye fighter.
We'll know next round, one way or the other, I suppose. This sort of, yeah, that's how that goes.
I didn't even realize it was a bye fight, so I'm super not up on it.
Live from site, yes, Quaz was
What
the
is
bye
by?
fighter.
So Finn is still in.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Very cool.
Finn representing the incredibly old, crusty contingent of that. Yeah, we're trying once again to get our live on-site reporters to get a picture of the board. Who knows if the board is up or if it's as joyfully chaotic as it was last time.
In transition.
In transition, a work in progress. Do we have a few minutes? Do you want to toss another video up?
Let's see if Refskeg replies. Any video will do. One of the shorter ones, please.
I think we have the Sport of Kings one queued up.
Okay.
Next.
So tell us about Sport of Kings. How did that idea come about?
It sort of came about probably at one of our
So tell us about Sport of Kings. How did that idea come about?
It sort of came about probably at one of our project nights over at College in Oland. I have these flights of imagination where I envision, wouldn't it be cool if we could do something like this? And this is one of those. And it was, I had been hearing for a couple of years that we just didn't have enough wars in Ontario, and we weren't very good war fighters. We needed more wars, and whereas I saw the world a little more like, I felt like we needed something to sort of boost our individual combat skill enthusiasm, if you would. I wanted our good fighters to share the stuff that made them good fighters with everybody, with all of the fresh young fighters, or not even, they don't have to be fresh and young. They can be old and cantankerous and looking to revive their careers. That's fine too. But those that were successful, I wanted them to share that success, the knowledge of what it took to have that success with those that have yet to be successful. And that was sort of a large part of the concept. It's about the chivalry and the pageantry and the dress up and stuff.
Are we back? Okay, yeah. Oh, there's the list board. Apologies if the word Holocaust was triggering for anybody earlier on there. Can we get the list board bigger?
Looks like there still aren't
Right.
done with it, but I can see Saverick is with no losses because his heraldry is really easy to see from a distance.
I can't recognize anybody that small. Can you get rid of our faces and put just the shield board up there? Awesome, thanks. Oh yes, there's Saverick. Oh, it looks like I was wrong. Is Bryn? Is that him on the war field there?
Wow, it's hard to see.
I think it's Sven at the top.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, good. There's someone getting a picture for us. So, hopefully for us.
Okay, so we've got Sven and maybe Alexandros and Saverick and I don't know, and then somebody and Ren and Ulf and yeah, I'm not sure.
You need to get much closer in.
Yeah.
Sir Saeed, Sir Rifkin will meet Sir Finn, and Sir Timothy has survived. Viscount Stein, Sir Duncan, arm and take the field. Viscount Karen, Sir Rorik, arm and stand ready.
Good gentlemen, my lords and ladies, the pairings for the fourth round on the Checky field are as follows. Duke Sven and Sir Vernon. Duke Saverick and Viscount Olin. Sir Edwin, Duke Ulf.
And Sir Duncan. Salute you, the Crown of Ontario. And at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
Lay on!
last fight of this round is
Right on there.
Victory to Viscount Stein.
for you.
Thank you. Drop them. Viscount Alden, Sir Saif, arm and stand ready.
Victory, Duke Sven.
The Gentles all here to meet in the 4th round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. Viscount Kennedy and Sir Rorik. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponents. Quite well. And at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
So for those following along at home, the list board has been posted on the Facebook page. You can check that out if you're keeping an eye on the pairings.
Lay on.
Comfy there?
I got sucked into watching the fight. It was good.
Good body.
Victory to Sir Rorik. Sir Rifkin, Sir Finn, arm and stand ready. Good Gentles, here to meet in the 4th round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. Viscount Alden and Sir Saif. Salute you, the crowns of Ontario. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day.
Sir Gavin and Duke.
Salute your most honorable and worthy opponents. And at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
Lay on. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponents. On your honor as the Marshal command, you may begin.
Comfortable? Lay on. You don't need it. here. Victory to Sir Safe. Sir Timothy and the byfighter, arm and stand ready. Good gentles all, here to meet the 4th round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. Sir Rifkin. And Sir Finn. Salute you, the crowns of Ontario. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. And at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
Lay on.
Thank you. That's probably better call. I'll be back. Let it go. She made her call. Let it go.
No. No. I would like a different bypass.
I'm sorry, we have a limited number of byfighters. Good gentles. Here in the 4th round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. To meet Sir Timothy. Wait, that was...
If it means I'm still the tournament, I'll be Tim.
And Sir Quaz, our byfighter. Salute you, the crowns of Ontario.
Hail, Rex.
Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. And at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
Lay on.
Oh, you guys.
Can
Yeah,
we
you're
send her up?
actually hitting the
I'm yeah, you're.
very clever, Quan. Come on, let's stick, Claus.
What?
All right, as you will.
Who won? Victory to our byfighter. A slight pause will ensue.
And that's round 4.
Dude, I had
high or was she still blasting? I got about here away. Stop.
Victory, drop by fighter.
I'm not really sure
Slight pause will ensue.
why we're
Okay.
still getting sound. That's weird.
I'm not sure why we're pausing. Is this just they're moving between rounds here?
I think so.
My guess would be that they're going to go to a single field after this, and they're probably reconfiguring the fields. Can we kill the sound from the live feed? Thanks.
I'm not really sure.
Pause will ensue.
It's super weird because everything's muted but us. There, it's now. It's not.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, that was. I'm not sure why that just happened.
There was a bit of an echo there. Curious.
Curious.
Okay.
All
We're
right.
all good now. So that was another exciting round.
It was. I'm not sure who got taken out and who didn't.
I couldn't follow most of those, actually. Are we back? Is there more fighting happening? Oh, so it looks like we're going to refight that fight with Finn.
Yeah. So I'm gonna.
Let's disappear and we'll just watch the fight. We're hearing about the laggy camera on site number 1. So once they go to a single field, we'll just go to a single camera, and that should be a little bit smoother.
Salute your most honorable and worthy opponents, and at the marshal's command, you may begin. Victory to Sir Finn.
Okay. Woohoo! So exciting. I wonder if we're going to get another photo of the list board. Looks like we're losing. Is Alessandra says at least 4? I thought it was 5.
Well, at least 4.
Okay, right. I had the upside down shields miscounted. Yeah.
So exciting.
We have an echo again. Is there somebody with their mic on and sound still happening?
There, I muted it.
Okay.
Okay, we should be getting shield pictures soon. Thanks, Haldora. These were cheap $3 earrings from the fabric store. And they've lasted a really long time, longer than my fancy, expensive earrings. So
You're giving away your secrets.
Yep. I really think that thrift store finds and we're fighting.
I think these are pickups. I could be wrong, but the number of people on the field at one time makes me feel like that's probably people just goofing off.
Oh, okay. Well, I think people want to see the fighting, so even pickups is interesting, more interesting than, you know, us.
More interesting than your earrings. Get out of town. That's just crazy talk.
Oh. So this will take us into round 4.
And if we were better at counting, we would know how many fighters that brought us down to. But apparently we're really bad at counting, so we have no idea.
Even pickups is interesting,
interesting
than, you know, us. Okay, so I muted Alessandra. I think she's watching the live feed and that noise is spilling over.
That's what it sounds like. Oh, she's not. Curious. We are so professional. We're having some weird audio thing and we have no idea what's going on.
That brought us down to, but apparently we're really bad at.
Yeah, it's her mic.
Good times, good times, good times.
So look at all the cameras sitting around the Eric. I think that we are going to get a lot more footage of these fights later. So that's super exciting.
That's good. It's also enhancing the medieval atmosphere at the event in general. So that's also positive. So how long do we have to the beginning of round 5? I wonder.
I don't know. Should we do another video?
Let's pop another video in there. I think our next one is longish, but let's throw our next Heritage Minute up.
And we may have to stop at mid video if the fighting comes back. So please excuse us if that happens.
The second brain that we made Lion on Tier at our 12th night when we stepped down. That was pretty groovy. I really enjoyed that.
And who was the first lion that you made?
Manfred Kriegstreiber.
So when you developed the award, what was your purpose for it? Because they evolve over time and you can't control it.
I exert as much control as I can. Every few years I kind of stick my foot back in there and they know that's not it, kind of thing. And people seem to put up with that, so yay.
Okay.
The goal was to create an award, a recognition. It's not really an award, as it were. That the people who wear the crowns, you know, the normal folk who actually wear the crowns, can recognize someone because that person epitomizes what the SCA means to them. Joe and Mary newbie, doesn't even matter. Whoever those people are, not their personas, not the other person's persona, but to recognize somebody who epitomizes the ideals as those people see the ideals of the SCA. That was it. And I wanted it to be, you know, fancy and schmancy, of course. I had no idea that anybody was ever going to put it at the top of the OP because we didn't have an OP listing idea for it. I just didn't want anybody to screw with it. That's why it doesn't have a badge. That's why it's not an order. That's why it's not, you know, anything that people can mess with. It just is this. It is a thing unto itself.
So who made it have such precedence on the OP? Do you know?
Darius.
Darius did that. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Darius did it. Sorry.
Nothing. It was all of a sudden you fly up there when
yeah, no kidding. It's interesting. So Darius did it, and then somebody revoked that, and then somebody else put it back on top again after that. So it was after that. It hasn't been after that second time of being put at the top of the OP. It hasn't been
messed with.
Hasn't been changed again. But certainly somebody could. There's nothing stopping any crown from changing that. So.
Wow. So what looks like we're down to one field.
It does indeed. So
And
who is still there? That's Sven. And who's the round shield? Is that Alden?
no, Alden's out. I think maybe that's Olin.
Oh, okay.
Not sure. Ulf and Stein, Kieran and Finn. I'm not sure who the red and white is, but that's versus Sir Tim. And then Gurnan versus whoever doesn't have their shield, and Savrik has the bye. That's how I'm reading it.
I think you are correct.
Who has the goat? Who is that?
The
Look it up.
goat?
That Sven is fighting.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. We should be able to check the photos of the cards. Oh, you would have all those, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm checking him. Maybe. Oh, I think it's Saif that has the unmarked thing.
That would make sense. He didn't have a shield in the photos.
Right.
Looking for a goat?
I can't find the picture album. I don't know why. It should be.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, Rourke, of course. I knew it was somebody.
It had to be a person, so there you go.
Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, everybody.
Okay. Can we make the shield board big again? Now that I think we've identified everyone? Or we can just get rid of it, is also good.
So because his shield is round, you can't tell if Rourke has any losses or not. I don't think he does. That would make sense that the two without are paired. I don't know. Ulf's got a loss. Stein's got no losses.
It looks to me like Rurik is no losses. I think that goat is upright. I remember the first person who did that. I don't remember who it was. Their arms were symmetrical, so they made a round shield and they had perfectly symmetrical arms, so you could never tell who it was.
Helpful. Super, super helpful.
I have a feeling it was Skepti, and he might have had 3 ravens, so you could tell if the 2 ravens were on top of the 2 ravens were on bottom, but nobody remembered which was which. So,
okay, they're still shuffling shields around. Looks like. Sir Tim.
So we're down to 12. Looks like.
Sir Tim and Savrik. Okay.
Savrik and Tim. And who's that with the bye?
Not sure. That looks like another. Oh, that's safe.
Oh, okay.
It says Sir Safe on there.
It's actually a flower. It's a fill-in one. We ran out of letters without holes that were broken out.
But there's a little label underneath it that says Sir Saif, and I couldn't read the one on the letter that Sir Gurnan will be fighting. So that's as close as we can get to identifying everyone.
For now.
Very soon we will be on the field with announcements, and so that's 11 fighters left.
So the A is Antoine.
Ah, there we go.
On the still photo, you can just make out what the label says.
Perfect. All right.
So I was just for some reason remembering at the very top of the tournament when oops, we're about to start fighting. When the herald or the marshals take over the field, and there's the sort of the formal handing over of the field from the king to the marshals. Do you remember when they used to do that with the constables? And the constables would come out and sort of give over responsibility to the
Only
field?
for missile fun. Yeah, and I am
Good afternoon, marshals.
I do remember that.
Back in the days when we thought
I
constables
think
were
we
okay.
were interviewing the marshals.
Good afternoon. A quick word.
Good afternoon.
How's the marshalling going today?
On chair, we were just talking about how it's the best seat in the house, and despite some fighters arguing with us, it's like, well, you have no desire to have the helm on. It is the best seat in the house. So,
Would you like to introduce yourselves for everybody at home?
I'm your Earl Marshal, Althea Galilazari.
Arcos John DePercy. Brother William again.
So, yeah, and our other two illustrious volunteers today have been Tanis Luciana Foscari from the Summits, and Einar Oak Guntherson here from Lionsgate. So, yes, right there. So,
Thank you so much for your work today. Thank you. Oh yeah, that was I didn't. Success. Zero, would you like to say hello?
Oh yeah, sorry. No, this is unfortunate that my helmet is stuck on my nose. Shout out to Barony Willsmere and all the fighters and populace and Baron Baroness. It's a great time. Thanks.
And we see I can't help with the marshalling stick today.
Yeah, sure.
Good work.
Yeah, not much else to do.
How would you feel about the fighting today?
Good. I'm impressed. Yeah.
Any words of advice for maybe any of the fighters that you would give for the last little bit here?
Just keep swinging.
Yes, just keep swinging. That is probably the most oath possible advice.
Where were you like 2 rounds ago?
Duke's men will meet Sir Rorik. Duke Oak will meet Viscount Stein. Viscount Kieran will meet Sir Finn. Duke Saverick will meet Sir Timothy. Sir Gernon will meet Sir Athen. Did I get that right? Athen? Ethan. Sir Ethan. And Sir Saif has the bye. Duke Sven. Sir Rorik, arm and take the field. Duke Ulf. Viscount Stein, arm and stand ready.
That's interesting. That's not the pairings we have the picture of.
They were adjusted just before the round started.
Good thing we took all that time to identify everybody.
So that we're not getting the
Temples all. Here to meet for fifth round. Duke Sven. And Sir Rorik. Who's to the crown up here? Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponents. Quite well, my friend. Always an honor, sir. Trustee. And at the marshal's command, you may begin. Ready.
Rorik, ready? All right. Lay on!
Got it? Good, like. Good? Yep. Yes. Oh, shit. Always double tap. That's the rule. Victory. Good spend. Viscount Karen. Sir Finn, arm and stand ready. Good gentles all, here to meet in the 5th round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. Duke Oaf and Viscount Stein.
Yeah. That was me.
Salute you the crowns of Ontario. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most noble and worthy opponent. And at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
There you go.
Ready? All right. Lay on!
Just tap the arm. No, and you're out of there. Mine was willing to keep or not. Yeah. No. Okay, thank you. Okay. It's flat, but you're sticking it out. Close.
All right, oh, that hit.
That was okay. Sorry if I got too close.
No, you're fine. That's fine.
Double. What's it? The double kill will be refought.
Take that chance.
Ready?
You ready? Lay on.
I don't know if I caught it or what. Okay.
Victory to Viscount Stein. Stavrik, Sir Timothy Armand, stand ready. Good gentles all, here to meet in the 5th round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. Viscount Karen. And Sir Finn. Salute to the crowns of Ontario. Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponents. And at the Marshal's command, you may begin. Are you ready?
Sir Kieran. Lay on.
Nice solid leg shot.
Victory to Viscount Karen. Fight, Armand, stand ready. Good gentles all, here to meet in the 5th round Ontario Crown Tournament. Stavrik, Sir Timothy. Salute you the crowns of Ontario. Hey, right. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. And at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
Yeah, me too.
Grace, ready?
Ready.
Leon! Leon!
I'm sorry I interrupted your part.
Okay.
Let's try it again.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Leon!
Nope.
Nice flag.
Thank you. Nope.
Got it. Just down the face.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No.
Nope.
No. That's spitted.
This one?
You will not leave this field on the light low.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
1, 2, 0! Ready?
Yes. That was me. Look me to me.
Plastic legs.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yep.
No. Go on the leg. So China.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. Victory. Your average.
Well fought. Well fought.
You got one up high.
Don't worry about your girls.
Okay.
I don't worry about that.
Good gentles all. Here to meet in the 5th round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. Sir Gurnan. And Sir Ethan. Shaku! Salute to the crowns of Ontario. Salute the one who is inspiring your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent, Ship Crew. And at the Marshal's command, Ship Crew rules, you may begin.
I got a vote. Just kidding, Your Majesty.
Ready? I think you're ready. All right. Leon!
Sorry for thinking about it, man. It's gonna feel right,
Victory for Gurnan.
I'm not gonna get pumped by you.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about it. Like, maybe I
Good gentles all. Here in the 5th round of Ontario Crown Tournament. Meet Sir Saeed. And Sir Kennewick stepping in as byfighter.
10 long years is too long not to have fought you, my friend. Welcome back.
Gentlemen, salute to the crowns of Ontario. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. And at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
Ready? Ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Leon!
Flat, 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 if anything.
Thank you.
I think I caught a bunch of mess here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't look clean
Yeah.
at all.
The power though.
Nice shot.
Oh, victory, Lucy. That's in the 5th round. John Tier Crown Tournament.
That was fun.
That was beauty. That's nice.
There's a lot of chatter during that fight, Your Excellency. Is that common for heavy fighters to have that kind of conversation during a fight?
Yes, communication is important. It tells us that everybody's happy when we leave the field.
You mentioned that it's been 10 long years since fighting Sir Saif.
He's been out of the SCA for over that long, actually. So it was nice to see him back again and fighting, and it was a great fight. I'm gonna see if I can find anybody else to cross swords with during the break in between.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was my, yeah, that I blanked for a second. Like, oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. No, and it's just you were looking that way.
No, yeah.
All right, I'm muting them.
Lovely.
Lovely. So it looks like we're down to 7 fighters with Sven, Savrik, and Stein still clean, and with Kieran, Rorik, Gurnan, and Saif each with 1 loss. And I probably should have read those with their honorifics, but I did not, so I apologize.
They're not watching, so you probably got away with it.
Oh yeah, but it'll be recorded, so you know.
So something I'd like to talk a little bit about is we keep talking about the fighters, but we haven't really mentioned anything about their inspirations. So I know at the first event, the whole point wasn't to become king. They hadn't invented the notion of kingship yet. At the first event, the idea was to fight to crown your lady the queen of love and beauty. And so ever since then, inspirations have been important. Achaxe, do you want to talk about that a bit as somebody who has been an inspiration to a really outstanding fighter?
Yeah.
No, quick, subject change.
So I think that inspiration is a very personal role to take on, and that it looks different for everyone. I think that for some people, it means that you're next to the field, you're watering your fighter, you're very attentive to all the nuances of their fight and everything that's going on. For other people, it's you're back in the tent and you're with the kids and they are taken care of and safe, and your fighter doesn't need to worry about anything but what he's doing, and he can keep his mind, or she, I'm sorry, they can keep their mind solely on the fight and in the fight. So we can talk about the individual. Sorry about that. We can talk about, did you want to talk specifically about different people's inspirations, or was that kind of what you were looking for?
I was thinking more abstractly, although, I mean, if we, I would say if, we have Misty, we have Rifkin here. Why don't we ask her?
Put her on the spot. Nope.
She's gone.
She pieced out.
That's how Rifkin rolls with inspiration. If anybody in the comments wants to throw in their notion of what inspiration means to them, either if you're a fighter who has been inspired by someone, or if you're an inspiration who has thoughts on this matter, I'm really curious. I mean, I've most of my time in the SCA, I have not been involved with somebody who was in the SCA. So the notion of inspiration has always been sort of abstract and shifting for me. So I'm really curious about people who have had that relationship for a long time and had time to work that out. I see we're watching some pickups. Apparently we're not interesting enough to actually hold people's attention without the fighting. So fair.
I'm pretty okay with that. Kata is talking about how she teaches a class on being an everyday inspiration. And I think that that's an important point too, for people that live with their inspiration and deal with their inspiration on a daily basis. Just keeping the house clean and the laundry done and taking care of household stuff while the person that's fighting is freed up to go to practice is kind of a big deal, you know? So I don't know. What do you think about that?
It's a part of me thinks that sounds like a very 1950s housewife ideal, but also, I mean, as you and I have talked about this before, right? How the SCA is based on this very 18th century version of chivalry.
Yeah.
Here's Rifkin.
Oh, she's muted. You're muted, honey.
Hi.
How's it going?
You guys are good. Are you guys talking about inspiration? Do you want me to
Lords and ladies,
yes, please.
the pairings for the 6th round crown tournament.
Okay, well,
Are
they're
as
starting the
follows.
round, so I will check in with
Duke
you. after.
Saverick. We'll meet Viscount Sir Kieran Azov. Viscount Sir Stein Vikingson. We'll meet Sir German Valtor de Harfleur. Sir Saif Ibn Owain. We'll meet Sir Rorik Ormsungen Sigmunderson. Duke Sven Fogger Gunnarsson. We'll meet the Vi fighter. Duke Saverick. Viscount Sir Kieran Azov. Arm and take the field. Viscount Sir Stein Vikingson. Sir Gernan Valtor de Harfleur. Arm and at the ready. Good gentles, my lords and ladies, in the 6th round of the crown tournament, here do meet in honorable combat Duke Saverick and Viscount Sir Kieran Azov. Honored combatants, salute you, the crown of Vontier. Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. Upon your honor and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Stay on.
Victory for Duke Saverick.
Oh, he's a bad thing. Oh, he's a bad thing.
Is that all question? Just how far you can put that in? Good gentles, my lords and ladies, in this, the 6th round of the crown tournament, here do meet in honorable combat Viscount Sir Stein Vikingson and Sir Gernan Valtor de Harfleur. Honored combatants, salute you, the crown of Vontier. Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. Yeah, just a little one. Upon your honor and at the marshal's command, you may begin.
So somebody commented that they were expecting me to do some blow-by-blow commentary. Nobody wants that, so I'm not going to.
I really wasn't going to give it back.
Now, your basket's hitting me in the face first.
Was it?
Then the sword.
Okay.
That's okay.
Sorry about that.
No, because I know you're.
My apologies.
No, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
Sword, your sword.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
Victory to Viscount Sir Stein Vikingson.
Next time, baby. Next time.
Okay, so Burns out.
Good gentle, my lords and ladies, in the 6th round of the tournament, here do meet in honorable combat Sir Saif Ibn Owain, Sir Rourke Armsilver Sigmunderson. Honored combatants, salute you, the Crown of Ontario. Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. Upon your honor and at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
So according to our list expert, we'll have 4 fighters moving into the 7th round.
Yeah, just a touch.
I don't know. No, right at the knee.
I didn't feel any shield. I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Out.
Victory to Sir Rourke Armsilver Sigmunderson. Good gentles, my lords and ladies, in the 6th round of the Crown Tournament, here do meet in honorable combat Duke Sven Folger Gunnarsson and the 5-fighter Sir Kenrick Farrison.
Yeah! It's a very yellow sword. I, however, want to make you read Latin.
I'm supporting our kingdom. Honored combatants, salute you, the Crown of Vontier. Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponent. Dusty, thank you. Upon your honor and at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
Ready.
Leon.
Oh no, that was all your shield. Thank you. Victory to the dreaded fighter, Sir Kenrick Bearson. Thus concludes the 6th round of the Crown Tournament.
Okay, and now I think we're going ringside, where Rifkin is going to have some words with Her Majesty.
But Rifkin, you're muted, honey. And why am I calling you honey? I'm sorry.
She'll have words, but we won't hear them.
I'm just going to hand the camera to Her Majesty and you guys can talk to her directly. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Absolutely.
All right.
So,
Hello,
Your
everyone.
Majesty, I think the obvious question is, do you feel robbed having to give up the throne after such a shockingly short reign?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Let me turn it up. There we go. Say it again.
I said, do you feel
Can you repeat the
robbed?
question?
I said, do you feel robbed having to give the throne up after such a shockingly short reign?
I do. I'm not ready to give it up. You know, I've got so much more I could do. That's a
You're
lie.
really just learning the job now.
It's true. I'm really kind of getting into the groove of it now.
Well, this is the problem, I guess, of our system, is you just get fired so quickly.
That's awesome.
So
It's true.
how is
It's
it?
true. We'll just have to try
How is it
again.
for you overseeing such a strange crown? This has got to be an odd experience being on site with so few people.
You know, it's unusual. You can actually see every person who's at the event right now from the list. Normally there's people doing other things or away doing other stuff. You can see everybody here, and it's actually kind of nice. It's a lot like the SCA when I first started. So
Much more
Right.
intimate.
I'm really glad this is still, even though the number of fighters is quite low, the list is heavy. It's not a shallow tournament at all.
No, it's a lot of really strong fighters. It's super exciting. Yeah. Thank you for letting us stream everything.
Yeah, I like the idea because they've kept to only 2 fields. It feels like an actual tournament. We're getting a good number of rounds, and it's quite exciting.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying being able to see every fight.
All right, we're coming up to the pairings here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Your Majesty. It was lovely to check in with you.
All right. Signing off.
Thanks, Rifkin.
Thanks, Rifkin. All right. So are we so smooth, so professional, this show?
So we're down to 4 in the list. We have Sven, Savrik, and Stein, all without losses. And then we have Rorik with 1 loss. So there we are.
About to hear the pairings?
Good gentles, here to meet the 7th round of the Ontario Crown Tournament. Duke Sven, Paul Gunderson, and Viscount Stein Viking. Salute you, the crowns of Ontario. Salute the one who inspires your brave deeds this day.
Salute your most honorable and worthy opponents. And at the marshal's command, you may begin. Ready? Totally
Thank you. No, you're going right now. Thank you.
Victory to Duke Sven.
Sven, can you show me how to do that real quick?
Yeah, totally. Good gentles all. Here to meet the 7th round of the On-Tier Crown Tournament. Duke Saverick. And Sir Rorik from Sigmundson. Salute you the crowns of On-Tier. Salute the one who inspires your deeds this day. Salute your most worthy and honorable opponents.
Quite well, my friend.
And at the marshal's command, you may begin.
Ready?
Ready?
Yeah. It's time for somersaults. That's the time to do it. Oh, sorry.
Oh! Victory, Sir Rorik. That ends the 7th round.
Well, that was fast.
I missed that. I missed the Sven one. I think they should do it again.
Yeah, it was really fast. So we have Sven is the only clean fighter left, as far as I can tell. And Rorik, Stein, and Saverick each have 1 loss. I'm double checking myself against Alessandra here.
I think we should come up with another word for clean fighter because saying he's the only clean fighter has other implications.
Okay, I'm sorry. He is. Oh no, it looks like Saverick also is without any losses.
Well, he just lost though.
He just lost. Okay, so this shield board is outdated.
Yeah, this is the last round.
Okay, so Sven is the only fighter without losses. Oh, let's switch to Rifkin.
Oh, that's me.
Hello, Your Grace.
Hi, how are you?
We're well. How does it feel to be the only clean fighter in here? Oh.
What's that?
How does it feel to be the only clean fighter left in?
Oh,
The only fighter without a loss.
it feels great, but I think that what that means is that if I lose to my next opponent, then it's 3 people. And so then it gets longer. So, I mean, and it's just unfortunate that I'm probably going to end up fighting Saverick. So the odds are 50.
There's a lot of pressure.
This is awesome.
All right.
Got it.
All right.
Thanks,
I'm going
Brian.
to. Yeah. You want me to see if His Majesty will talk to you?
Sure.
Okay. Let me see. Just give me a sec.
Okay, I'm going to remove her from the feed so that we aren't getting sick with motion.
As
And
exciting
my
as
cat
that
would
is,
like to say hello to everybody. Oh, wait. There we are.
I'm in between rounds here, and we're just kind of hanging out with everybody. So, the screens are so small. Antonio, Achaxe. All right, how you guys doing?
Hi.
we're doing well. How are you, Your Majesty?
Doing really good. It's been a great day so far. And, they're just going back into the rounds again here, so I got to say goodbye.
All right. Thanks, Your
Thanks for
Majesty.
checking in.
Okay. We lost our camera, though.
We're just going to narrate the fight. Oh, and he's swinging a sword. Oh, and he's blocked. And he's. Oh, I was trying to explain to my non-SCA family what I was doing here, and they were saying, "So, does that mean that the tournament has just become a debate, and you're going to talk until you win crown?" So maybe that's what we'll end up with.
We'll see. Let's see. Refskeg, can you check in and see how we're doing with this cat? With Antonio, take over.
Okay, so it looks like I can't tell if this is last round or this round. Oh, that was round 7. Okay, so we don't have round 8 up yet. So I'm dying to know whether or not Sven's prediction that he will have to fight Sabric, is indeed going to come true. So I'm all aflutter with anticipation. I'm not sure about anybody else.
I'm sure at some point.
That's all.
Here
there we go.
The on-tier crown tournament. Like out. Stein Vikington. And Sir Rorik on Sunga. Salute to the crowns of on-tier. Salute the one who has inspired your deeds this day. Salute your most worthy and honorable opponent. And at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
Ready? Leon!
Yeah. Of course, I could have just spend it. That would be easier.
I got my shield, right? Yeah, it was. No, it doesn't went into my shield. Yeah, at least the bump. No, that's cool. That's cool. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Victory, Sir Rorik. Good gentles all, here to meet in the 8th round, the on-tier crown tournament. Duke Sabric, Coeur de Lion. Duke Sven, well done, Duke. Gunnar Sven. That works. Salute to the crowns of on-tier. Salute the one who has inspired your deeds this day. Salute your most honorable and worthy opponents.
Grace.
And at the Marshal's command, you may begin.
Grace, ready?
Ready.
Leon!
Even if I caught you, didn't have any weight behind it. Okay, I'm totally good with your ball. Good.
Victory to Duke Sven.
Okay, so where are we now? That's.
I think we're in finals. I think it's Sven and Rurik now.
That's correct.
Wow, exciting. So there's typically a good long pause here. Oh, for some reason, Rifkin feels like she has to leave. I'm not sure what she's got going on that would involve her not being here helping us out, but there you go.
Is there words from His Majesty, perhaps?
I feel like we're eavesdropping.
Same.
Cool. So typically there's going to be, what, a 15-minute break here while they assemble their entourage, find a herald to announce them, and like that.
So for those that might have missed it, it will be Sven and Rurik in the finals. Sven is fighting for Sir Rifkin, and Rurik is fighting for Baron Aaron Carino. So super exciting. An incredible pair of consorts, in addition to an incredible pair of fighters. So it's very exciting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this final. This is going to be a really good one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So obviously, no bias on your part, Achaxe. You're just completely 100% equally interested in either of these parties winning.
Well, Sir Rifkin is my little sister, and I am hardcore team Sven Killa. So I do think that the other couple is lovely, though, and I will happily support whoever is victorious today.
That was almost diplomatic. I'm really impressed. I suppose if they don't win, that will be tolerable also in other ways.
Oh, Alessandra, were you going to talk to us about the buy? Sven and you guys were talking about Sven and the buy.
I was confused. I don't think it's necessary. I thought that there were only 3 people in there, and so I thought there was a buy.
Oh, put that back up.
Oh my god.
Nice. I've always found the name Team Sven Killa funny because that sounds like the team that is going to kill Sven. So that feels like that should be the other person, but that's just me.
It's Rifkin's nickname is Rith Killa, and she texted me the other day and she said, if you can work Team Sven Killa into the broadcast, and I was like, get out of my head, because I have been trying for like 2 days to try to figure out how to combine Sven and Rifkin together, and I just didn't get it, and this is what she came up with. So
You don't like Svenkin?
no,
It's like a little Svenkin.
no.
It sounds like a small Russian drink.
It does. So someone's asking, boy, I feel like I'm shouting. I'm all excited. Somebody's asking if the final would be best of 9. To our knowledge, that was the plan. Alessandra's nodding her head.
Yep. Last I saw last night, they were going to do Christian's favorite, which is best 5 out of 9.
So that's not a long fight after a long day, after a long pandemic.
No problem. Everyone's really in practice. They've been working out a lot lately, so it should be no problem.
I mean, the field was 34 fighters, not 80.
There you go.
There is that. Although if it had been 80, there would have been 4 or 5 fields. So I'm not sure anyone here has fought any less actual number of fights. 9 and 10 is kind of the standard number of rounds for most on-tier crowns, right? So yeah.
Right. So yeah, it's normal.
Yeah. I like that they did it this way. I mean, they had the option of doing a bunch of fields and just hammering through the whole thing in half an hour. And I'm pleased that they decided to go with so few fields and give us a longer day.
Yeah, same. I thought that we would be going until 4 because that's what I'm used to, but it's 2 o'clock.
And that's also great.
My dog says it's time to snuggle.
Let's fire up another video because a lot of work went into those and they're awesome, and we haven't seen as many as I'd like.
Yep.
So can we get whatever the next one of those is up?
Did you bring anything back to On volunteer from Artemisia or the West Arcade?
I did.
What'd you bring?
So you know that thing during coronation where everybody puts their hands on each other? I brought that back from Artemisia at the time, because that to me was such a it's just such a great expression of community and kingdom and unity and friendship with your fellows and stuff. But yeah, the first time that happened to me, I was like, oh, I'm going to remember this because I like it.
You're literally.
You are becoming one. Yeah, you are becoming one group. Yeah. And then along with your monarchs too, because they join into that too. It's amazing. Yeah.
And I love looking at pictures of that later and remembering, oh, I swore fealty on Matai and that event.
I got a little back rub from Steingram during that one. Yay! Yeah, but I loved that. That was one of the things that, well, other than of course the friendships, of course, but that was something that I really kept with me from that time in Aidenville in Artemisia. Yeah, I love that.
And we're back.
We are. So I'm hoping that our reporters can find somebody for us to talk to about what it feels like to be in the finals. I'm trying to remember. Octomasades, has he had a silver rose?
Yes, I am wearing my silver lily.
There you go.
He did go into the finals with Owain and Ren for their second reign.
I thought so.
And our daughter, who is now 12, was just a few months old. And so it was a little overwhelming. And my mind kind of blanks out during stuff like that. It was really lovely to be pulled up and to get to sit up with everybody near the thrones. And Ren and I are very close. And so it was nice to, we were separated though. We weren't sitting next to each other, but we kept the line at each other like, oh my gosh, what is happening? And it was super awesome to feel so supported by the people that walked in with us and by everyone in general. I think that we actually did a Sharks and Jets kind of thing at one point because everybody was, we're all on the same team, we kind of come from the same people. So it was fun. Yeah.
And really any opportunity to jazz hands. Why would you pass that up? Right?
Seriously.
I hear you. That must have been a very mixed emotional bag for you with a young kid to be facing the prospect of sitting the throne.
To be honest, and I've talked about this before, the prospect of sitting the throne has always been a mixed bag for me. It scares the crap out of me. I feel a lot more confident now than I did when he first started fighting for me, but it's a lot of work and I'm very aware of how much work it is. And it's a lot of stress on a relationship and it's a lot of stress on kids. And now that our kids are older, I feel, better about it, but now Octomasades is older, so we'll see.
right when you feel ready to start, he retires, eh?
Yeah.
That's a challenge. Well, and you know what it's like because you've been head of red a bunch of times and so on as well. So you've seen that from the back end, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I think we have a bunch of my SCA photos lined up. Do we want to show some of those?
I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, fire away. Nice. Where are these from? I don't actually know that I know this. Is this just people are posting these in the comments?
I think that this is a hashtag that Jed Refskeg asked people to use.
Yes.
Oh.
This is hashtag MySCA or hashtag.
Okay, I can change it.
Nice.
Where would you like us?
Right where we are. Right here. Maybe by the
Looks like we're ready to go to some
where we sat before.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Good.
We're good. This is Duke Sabrick and Duchess Dalla. I think the panelists wanted some insight on what it's like to prepare for the final.
Prepare for the final.
As a fighter, coming in, knowing that you are in the finals now, what goes through your head?
We're not in the
We're not in the finals.
I know.
Okay, well, I'd be really happy.
From your past experience.
Yeah, so the thing I would share is what you have to realize is suddenly there's a schedule that is actually suddenly you're part of the schedule. So I remember my first time I made it to the finals, I'm sitting in my tent prepping and everyone's getting ready and I'm waiting and waiting and waiting for them to get me. And then it suddenly dawned on me they're waiting for me to come out of the tent. And it was on me to come out of the tent, right? And that was like this first, okay. And the other thing I would say is find someone to do almost everything for you. Find someone you trust and say, organize it. Nothing else, nothing matters. Find somewhere quiet to sit and let someone you trust take care of everything and just let it all ride.
Well, one or two people.
Sure.
And
sure.
I mean, pre-plan or plan in advance, like the things that you'll need. So your food and water, but then you're talking about the extra things that you can't plan for. Have someone as a buffer.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Sequester the fighter. Let the fighter think and get focused, and then as far as who's going to be standing behind you, and maybe find someone that you trust to talk. And then after that, just let it happen, and your friends will step in and take care of it. They'll carry your shield and your helmet, and your sword, and all that stuff will just happen, and you don't need to make it happen.
Yeah.
So
You have one job.
yeah, don't get caught up in that. Otherwise, you're going to lose focus.
What's it like to watch from the wings during the fight?
What's it like? It's changed over the years. So initially it was stressful and you kind of didn't know what was up. I spent a few years initially learning about fighting and being able to watch and understand what's going on. There's one thing to watch the fight and go, oh, one person just died, one person laid down, what happened? But now in the last few years, I watch a fight and I can tell what's happened or what's going on. And I feel it. Like I see what's coming, or I can see what's happened, one of the two. And I know, like I walk off the field walk beside the field and he walks off and I go, yeah, that was a good shot. We can be proud of what you accomplished today.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're a decent fighter.
I'm okay.
So we've got Duke Sven and Sir Rourke in the finals. What is one thing you would try to tell the other fighter as their weakness? If you had to analyze
if I was fighting Rourke, I would try very hard not to let him set up, and I probably wouldn't rush him the way I did, and I would tell Rourke to just go for it because it's Sven and you just gotta try.
Yeah, Sven took you out in the last round too.
Yeah, he did. Okay, this interview's over.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank
It's always
you.
great to see you.
See you.
So much excellent, helpful advice there on how to fight Sven from the person Sven took out of the crown. Nicely chosen, Niragui. Very, very empathetic person.
Let's go to the first tourney video.
I want to see the first tourney video from Thorin.
Yeah.
Like what was the first crown list like?
Well, the king Steingram was king of the West, so it was had a very Ontarian feel to it all, and it was exciting. The list was very, very large, so a lot of people were there to take part in Ontier's first crown tournament. My feeling was that a lot of people were there to do honor to Antier, to take part in it, rather than everybody hungry to be the first king and queen. And I like that feel. And so there was a lot of camaraderie. Tournament was exciting.
Awesome.
And we actually wound up, just sort of an interesting story for how it ended was we wound up at the end with 3 fighters, one from each of the primary baronies, Lionsgate, Three Mountains, and Madrona, who were at the end. And so we decided to do a round robin of the 3 fighters rather than trying to eliminate one.
Who were the 3 fighters?
It was myself, Manfred, and Scalanus.
You're so humble. You couldn't start with, yeah, it was in the finals. It was round robin. It was super cool.
It sort of got changed midstream, though, because we got to the point where we did the round robin and Scalanus was eliminated because he lost 2 fights. And Steingrim, who was king, had been through a round robin format in one of the crowns that he won. And that one was a nightmare because it lasted late into the night, and then they had to finish it the next morning. So he just really had a bad taste for that format to finish up a crown tournament. So he decided that no, the last 2 people, myself and Manfred, would fight best 2 out of 3 to finish it up. So he wanted to finish it with 2 out of 3 right there. And then Manfred won the tournament, became our first king.
Hello.
That was fabulous. I'm hoping we'll get time to do the Onto Rebellion one, because that's a piece of our history I'm very excited about that I think a lot of people don't know about.
I think Isabella wants us to close with that. So I think what we're going to do is air through finals. And once finals is over, we will close. We'll probably say goodbye for now and close with the Rebellion video and then take a break. Court will begin a half an hour after the finals end, and we will come back and do a second stream after court. I think that's the plan. So as long as that's okay with RefSkeg. Yeah, okay.
We can keep the link open and just go to the standby image. That way people don't have to try to join back in and they'll know when it's starting.
Okay, that's what we'll do then. Yes, I think we are staying on for court. So I think that's the plan.
Yay, because I love attending court, so that's perfect.
Sometimes it's hard to tell if Antonio is being sarcastic or not.
You can usually tell because my mouth is opening and closing and sound is coming out of it. So that's usually the cue for whether I'm being sarcastic or not.
Okay. RefSkeg, do we have more photos that you wanted to show? There we go.
Yeah, nice. People watching from home. Oh, these are like people have food parties. Oh, I did not prepare an adequate feast. Oh, that's nice. Someone camping and watching. Awesome. That's great.
So that's from Ireland.
Nice.
Yeah.
Are these all people who are watching now, or are these people who have posted over the last couple of days?
Maybe a mix of both.
Those are all I've stolen from today's.
Nice.
Very cool. Is that it? That seems to be it.
That's all I've been able to snag so far. If anyone has more, keep throwing them in there.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Have we gone through all of the heritage videos, or is there aside
from more?
Okay. Do we want to do another one?
We've got to be getting close, so sure. I say let's fire it up and just sort of bear in mind that we may have to cut to the finals.
So let's talk about the on-chair crown.
Sure.
It is very iconic. The shape is very different than any other crown in the known world. And I'm just sort of interested in what your inspiration was.
This, I had to have been 23 or 4, something like that, somewhere in there. And honestly, I had barely been doing metalwork for maybe a year. This was totally winging it. I'd never done anything like this before. This was the biggest project I'd ever taken on. And I got the commission from Lynn the Fire Rover, and I think it was like, we'll give you a couple $100 for each. And so I just went to town on it. And the shape of the points, I don't know where that came from. Maybe, possibly, some kind of memory of like Greek shields or something when I was a kid. But that motif reappears oddly, like in architectural details I've done in our house. It's just something that appeals to me. That kind of spear point kind of thing with the cutout sides. I don't know where that comes from.
Interesting.
But then I started to incorporate all the symbols, from Montier, and either oak leaves or strawberry leaves. The Lion of Montier obviously was a laurel wreath. And what I could pull off at that point with my very inexperienced skills.
Well, I think it's amazing that you say that your skills were intermediary at this time, because this is a work of art. Like, I think I have the Queens too, where you can see that the roses are there instead of the oak leaves.
Right.
I guess there's some
very ambitious for my level of ability.
Yeah.
Is that the assembled processionals there?
It appears to be.
So, bring them up. Yeah, let's just. Yeah, we hope my dad has this and was down small. I'm guessing
Good gentles all. We approach nigh to the finals, the on-chair crown tournament. And Sir Rorik Ormstunga Sigmundarson.
Sir Ruskin, Knight of Antir, who inspires Duke Spin Tholger Gunnarsson, who comes from a long line of Duke Spin Tholger Gunnarsson.
Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, gathered consorts and worthy vanquished foes, here to do battle, here to slay hearts, comes with fierce intent and kind brutality. Sir Rorik Ormstunga Sigmundarson, inspired by Baroness Erin Carino, Slayer of Hearts, Mother of Skulls. The ground trembles, the skies cry. Prepare to hear the thunder.
My mission is Duke Spin Tholger Gunnarsson.
Thank you.
This is an excellent day with two great fighters. I'm so glad that you were able to be here today and that we get to watch this battle. I'm sure it'll be intense. Again, as I said before, hit hard, take light, make it brutal for everyone to see. Just so everybody knows, as we've said before, and we will always maintain, this will be a best of 9.
What?
And in addition, as we were in need. The victor will be our heir, and the one that comes in second place will be made kingdom champion.
Loser used to stand and
His Majesty invites all members of the chivalry to take seats on the edge of the field. For this the fun.
That means you get to come inside, girl.
You're not my real mom.
Straight up bring your chair. We brought our curtains.
Get in with the.
Good luck.
His Majesty invites all companions of the road. Valorous.
Nice.
Join Her Majesty.
You know what? I'm going to be standing on the other side because I'm going to push that.
The estrogen. Before things go away. Such a helper. Yeah. I know. Probably not. Yeah. What is she doing now?
Respect, Sir Lord. Salute to the crowns of Antier. Salute the one who has inspired your brave deeds today. Salute your most noble, worthy, and honorable opponent. It is my honor to join you on this field today. At the Marshal's command, you may begin. Ready.
Right. Stay on!
Victory in the first of 9.
Plus right.
Stay on!
Victory in the second of 9. What's that?
Yeah, I thought it was the outside at best. Anyway, I didn't even know what leg I was swinging at. You ready?
Ready? Yep. Lay on!
the sorry. Yes. Victor in the third. Good set. I don't know. I might need to breathe.
Breaks are allowed.
Stay on.
Victory in the fourth. Good set.
Getting tired.
I don't think so, man.
All right.
Hang on.
All right.
Hold on for a sec, please.
Okay.
Gotta loosen the old strap. Thank you.
Ready?
Yep.
All right. Stay on.
Yes, yes, good thrust. Victory.
You are awesome.
Yes, Duke, spin, Bulldog, and Arson.
All right, come and get me, guys. Yeah, I've been eating a lot. Come on, guys. Dignity. Sorry, it's 2:30. His Majesty requests a 15-minute recess before court. I know, that's funny.
All right. Good job.
There you go.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with it.
Oh, you in the
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
This all together. You and your team.
Just glad you did the one job you were hired to do.
Okay, sounds like they're going to have some private conversations now. So I went ahead and
So this must be a very unemotional moment for you. No feelings, pretty much just blah, whatevs.
Oh, yay! Oh, there's Her Majesty. Maybe
There's Her Madge. This is always the press, eh? Afterwards, everybody wants to congratulate the person who won.
the victor.
I think that I'm bad luck for Sven because I think every time I've spoken for him at Crown, he has not won, and I'm not there. So there you go. I think I might be jinxing him.
Well, and see, I always thought that me not being there, Well, I've never been there for Rifkin when she's silver rosed, and she is, I think, has the most silver roses in the kingdom, tied with somebody else. And I missed her lion, so being here virtually for this is quite a gift. And I wish
feel like
in person.
I feel like there might be another event coming up after this that would be relevant also to her that you could attend. Probably, I can't think of what it is, but there's got to be something.
Coronation, perhaps. I don't know.
Oh, right. There's the whole actually stepping up business. That I suppose you could be there for that. Probably she would appreciate a bit of backup on that one.
Okay, so here it is.
Oh, I thought we were going to grab Sven.
Thank you. Really scared that
So I think, do we want to close it out and just wait for court, or do we want to try to?
I think we should just follow Sven around with the camera uncomfortably and sort of do hanger-on shots where he doesn't talk to us.
Any shots or interviews that you want?
I assume they're busy, but if we get a crack at either speaking to Rifkin or Sven, I think that'd be nice. If they're not available, obviously we understand.
Okay, so we've got a request in to, I'm going to mute the mic, to talk to somebody that was in the finals, either couple, and we will see.
There's a fair bit of enthusiasm in the virtual crown team here. It's good.
I think we need an Octalicious dance from Achaxe there.
Oh, hell no.
Is Octa around? Could we interview him about this?
He is in Eugene.
Oh.
And he already let his opinion of my comment about him getting older be known in the comments. He was not pleased.
Well, my position on that is it beats the hell out of the alternative. So, he can be sad about linear time as a concept, but that's how it goes.
Agreed. Okay, here, let's see what.
Oh, nice.
Can we have a word with the two finalists for the live stream? Sure thing. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Sven. I'm Rourke. I'm the guy that just jumped in and then back out of the blender. It's an honor to fight this guy. He fought clean and well through this whole tournament, and to be able to face somebody that's pretty much in our area was like beyond, like it was an amazing thing and great to experience. And
it's absolutely my honor to be in the finals with a legend of Ontier and just a stand-up guy. And he and Rauk and Rifkin will be fantastic sovereigns. So yeah.
So thanks again.
Can I ask you a question?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Can they hear us?
Champion.
Yeah, I didn't know that was part of it.
I didn't either. I thought that was fantastic.
I wanted to know how Rourke felt, if he felt that Sven was a little bit easy on him there in that third, fourth, and fifth fight. But I guess we're never going to know.
No.
It's a big mystery.
Let's go back to us being the same size.
Okay.
Well, to be big.
I say we have 30 minutes. Why don't we close out for now with the Ontier Rebellion video, which I think is a hilariously ironic thing to end the legitimate passing on of the crown to heirs with, and then we'll reconvene at court.
Sounds like a plan. See you very soon, everybody.
All right, she's Achaxe.
He's Sir Antonio, and this has
We'll
been
see you.
Kingdom of Ontier live stream. We'll see you in a half an hour for court.
Bye.
Bye. Refskeg, you want to roll the rebellion video? Should I do it?
So professional. I'm not getting any audio on this.
So we could talk about the Ontario Rebellion if you want.
Sure, that would be great.
And the making of the kingdom. I shouldn't kick that off with saying the Ontario Rebellion, because the making of the kingdom was a process. It didn't happen really quickly. But Ontario was such a dynamic place. There was so much going on. Baronies were being formed pretty quickly. We had a lot of cohesion. There was a lot of a very Viking culture that was prevalent in those days. You know, look at all the various names, Steingrim and Ofrid and people down in Adiantum, who many of them were Viking persona or Norwegian persona. So we were really kind of different from the Kingdom of the West. And our fighters were taxed to spend a lot of time going from where they were to down to the Kingdom of the West in order to be seen by fighters there. And our officers were, sometimes it was hard to make contact with the people in the Kingdom of the West.
I believe we're ready to go live with the Baron and Baroness of Lionsgate. Hello!
We've got Baron and Baroness of Lionsgate, Kenrick Harrison and Ariana Fremont, with a word for Ontario.
Hi all. We're so happy to have hosted Crown. It's an amazing turnout, and so far the weather's been pretty good, and the fighting's been amazing. Everyone's having a great time. We're so glad to be hosting this, and we're really happy that our crew was able to put this together in such a short time. We really hope to see everybody next month for our Baroness's tournament and our Coronet. If it's safe for you to come here, that'd be awesome. Do you have anything else?
No, just so glad to see friendly faces.
Any favorite moments from the tournament?
Maybe killing the person who won the tournament in the fight was certainly a highlight for me. And then watching him win was pretty awesome too.
Baroness?
Oh, just seeing friends again, people that I haven't seen in so long from across the border. It's just been magical for that.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye.
So it looks like the weather is turning a little bit over there. Nice and pleasant where I am. Okay, so I think we are going to pack it in for now, and we will see you when court starts.
And the board of directors was composed entirely of people in the West, even though the board of directors was serving everyone in the known world, which at that point I believe was 4 kingdoms. It was East, West, Middle, and Adenveld. Because Adenveld had been formed in 1972. They became a kingdom.
It's a tough story to tell. The Ontario petitioned, as I recall, 3 times to become a kingdom. And the first time At the time, you had to have, I believe it was 100 people on a mailing list or as members to become a kingdom. Second time it was 200 people, and the third time it was 400 people. Now that's my memory. I could be off on that, but it escalated every time we did it, and it was turned down twice. Just nope, not going to do it. Board of directors, forget it. King of the West, nope, not gonna approve that. Nope. But the third time, I had one West crown, and I got to preside over the first Ontario crown tournament as King of the West. I timed it exactly wrong. It was a difficult thing to get done because it took organization, it took petitions, we had to meet all sorts of requirements and show we could do this and that and the other thing. After we've been beating the West in Ontario West War, 5 years in a row, flat out beat them all with less numbers, usually. People showed up at Western events, 12th night, and the board of directors finally said, okay, I guess we have to. There was a lot of backdoor smoky room dealing going on that I wasn't involved in. I was on the throne of Ontario for part of that, and then I was on front of the West for part of it. So I kind of had to recuse myself from some of that.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're going to be interviewing Rowena DeManning is it next week? And I bet she has more of the story to tell.
Yeah, she was in a lot closer to a lot of that than I was.
We felt that it was getting time for us to become independent because of the distance question, the culture question, the response part question. And it was interesting to hear Steingram last week say that there were 3 different petitions that were sent down to the Kingdom of the West before the third one was the successful one, but the other 2, which I didn't know about, I wasn't involved, I guess, in those areas at that time, but 78. Late 1977, and Edward Zafon was prince. I think it was, I can't remember the princess at that time. And there was a movement among various different people, especially in the Madrona area and central area, that we really needed to become a new kingdom. It was time, it was really, and they called themselves the Ontario Rebellion. And, there was a Star Wars tie-in. And
of course there was.
And there was quite a lot of conversation about we're being held back. It's time. And we asked the board of directors what it is that needs to be done. We've got to have population, we've got to have functioning people who are in administrative positions, got to have well-run events that happen regularly and things like that. We were like, well, yeah. So that group was very enthusiastic about that, and they had been talking to Edward Zafon, and they were saying, well, why don't we just do it? Why don't we just break away from the SCA, form our own nonprofit organization, and we can do this different thing, kind of parallel with the SCA. And it's possible there were some organizations that had formed at that time, like Mark Haven and a couple of others that had been at Penzic, and were sort of parallel, but not exactly like the SCA. That may have been something that inspired them. I wasn't part of the group, and I don't recall talking a lot to them. But the upshot was that it became known that Edward Zafon had talked to Manfred and Caressa, who were the crown prince and crown princess coming in, the Tonistan is what we called them, to say, well, we can just kind of do this at 12th night. I will declare myself king, and then I'll crown you king, and we'll have this nonprofit organization, and we'll just kind of go from there. And the phrase is, Gerhard and Amanda found out about it and were upset. And so they made a phone call to their people that they knew quite well, which was King Paul and Queen Carol. And Paul had been coming for fighting activities and in support of Antir a lot, and we knew him. And he was not very happy, but he couldn't come to Antir for whatever reason he couldn't. So he appointed a couple of people to be his envoys for Twelfth Night. And it was Gerhard and Theodulf. And they were appointed viceroys and carried white rods. So Twelfth Night opens, and there's a lot of people wearing these gray armbands. And somehow there was a kind of a spontaneous movement for other people to wear purple armbands. And that was the Royalists and the Rebellion.
I was not an Antir Rebellion person. I was actually more of a West Royalist kind of a person. Although I was fairly low key. When the rebellion was going on and the whole thing was happening, I was hanging out with the folks that were dealing a lot with the background stuff, if you will, working to help the process work through being support cast to people that were having important meetings about how we were going to proceed and not have everybody hate each other. So I don't want to go into the details that I do remember. And there was a lot that I was unaware of, I'm sure. But yeah, so, but, I didn't make a big deal out of it. I just wasn't a gray armband wearing person.
The point came that Gerhard and Amanda, this touched on fealty, and this touched on our relationship with the whole organization. So there was a meeting called, Steinem talked about the back rooms and the smoky rooms and the things. This is one of those smoky room ones that there's a number that happened. But various people took the people who wanted to do rebellion, including Prince Edward Zafran, into a back room. And for 2.5 hours, there was a long discussion of the pros and cons, and then, no, we don't want this. And what have we done to actually try to fulfill the requirements that the board has asked for becoming a kingdom? Have we done that? Do we know what that checklist is? Have they given us the word? And one of the people in the room was Edward the Stuffy. And so it was Gerhard and Edward and Zafran and various other people. And Gerhard and Edward convinced Zafran that it was not the right thing to do. They even had a nonprofit organization all set up. And so they were convinced not to. And so when court started, Zafran, instead of, I don't know if he intended this, Napoleonic sort of thing of crowning himself king so he could then crown Manfred king. Instead, he said, I will hold the crown in trust for the future king of Antir. And then he crowned Manfred prince. And so Antir was preserved as a part of the SCA, quite frankly. And then we then embarked on 2 or 3 years worth of really consolidating Antir, getting our population numbers, doing newcomer events, using, I wouldn't say using, but the University of Ithra was an excellent means for getting everyone on the same page, really beginning our cultural cohesion. There were more baronies. There was a lot of more travel between branches. We used to think driving 12 hours was no big deal. And in the West, they were like, this is one of the things that I wondered if the kings, whether the fighters who were entering the lists in the West, did they think about this? They were like, okay, if I win, I'm going to have to drive to Antir at least twice, aren't I? Did they think that? I don't know, but that was what we wanted. We wanted to see the crown at least once per reign. And so we, over the next 2 or 3 years, we built this whole structure of Antir. And then at 12th night, 19 1981, we sent in a petition that was actually sent to the board, to the King, the Queen of the West, reviewed at the next board meeting, and we found out in August, or no, it couldn't have been in August, it was a little earlier than that. Sometime in the summer, we found out that the board had approved it. Huge sigh of relief, and then suddenly flurry of activity because we had to form a kingdom committee. There had already been the beginnings of a kingdom committee, but we had to form a formal kingdom committee and get everything all in line to have laws, ceremonies, awards, peripheral heraldry, officers, everything all lined up, including, and we had to set up doing a first crown tourney, which was going to be held in September, and that was at the in Lionsgate at the Boy Scout camp. And Edward the Stuffy took on the job of being the head of that committee and got everyone all the roles were fulfilled, all the work was fulfilled. It was actually a lot of fun to finally be going, it was so cool. So we had this crown tourney that was our crown tourney. And there was an Ontarian on the throne. It was so cool.
Do you remember how big the first crown tourney was?
As I recall, it was like 80-some entrants, which astonished the Westerners in attendance. Astonished. There were just 20, 30 people, or less. And we were, all the Ontarians like, yeah, so what the Cornets are, 110 at one time, 87 one, small one in Eastern Washington, be 60-some. They were astonished.
It was very, very wonderful to have Ontarians being presiding over this important event.
Fred, my ex-squire, and the current reigning last Prince of Ontario was Alfred. So the three amigos were on the thrones at the end of the tournament. Grand finale to that era.
It's raining.
Her Highness of Tyri is invited into their Majesty's court. Her Highness of Tyri is invited into their Majesty's court. Luciano and Tessina, heirs of the summits, are invited into their Majesty's court.
Thank you. And you're safe and dry.
Your Majesty's leave?
Absolutely.
You have your Majesty's leave to make yourselves comfortable.
Well, I'm glad that everybody could stay for this weather. I'm glad we've got a big pavilion and Thierry has been able to lend their other one so that we all can sit out from the rain here. I really appreciate everybody sticking around, being able to fill our court as best as possible right now. Thank you so much. We had a wonderful tournament, wonderful day. A lot more rounds than I expected with the limited numbers, but it's really great that we can have the grind that Ontier is known for to find a victory. Nothing? You got nothing? All right.
The Kingdom Seneschal has business before this court. Hey, Nadia.
I apologize, Your Majesties. In the middle of a conversation.
I don't know if you can hear anything over there, too. Can you?
Not really.
Not yet.
No, yeah.
Challenge accepted.
Yes. Go from one tent to the other. It's hard to hear.
I do apologize. I actually forgot. Even though I just talked about it a minute ago. All right, just a couple of admin announcements. These come out from back after the last court, which was May. So they're not in any particular order except the phone order that I have it on. Notice a branch abeyance effective October 1st, 2021. The branch known as Shire of Pendale is in abeyance. The abeyance will last no more than 2 years and will be reviewed every 6 months to determine at that time by the Kingdom Seneschal if they'll come back. On August 12th, 2021, Their Majesties King Christian and Queen Helen of Ontier have issued the sanction of temporary removal of participation in the SCA against Robert Eric Gray, also known in the society as Eric Langspot. The sanction precludes attendance or participation in any manner, any SCA activity, event, practice, or official gathering for any reason at any time. On May 7th, Their Majesties King Christian and Queen Helen of Ontier have issued the sanction of temporary removal from participation in the SCA against Chris Ivans, also known in the society as Yuri Lechmovich. The sanction precludes the attendance of participation in any manner of the SCA activity, event, practice, or official gathering for any reason at any time. And last one, notice of branch suspension effective July 7th, 2021. The branch known as the Shire of Lordland is in suspension. The suspension will last for no more than 2 years and will be reviewed by the Kingdom Seneschal every 6 months to determine restoring the branch status. Thank you, Your Majesties. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Duke Ulf has words from the event steward.
We appreciate the way you've scheduled the rain.
Held off as much as it could have.
Yes, I think it's pretty good.
Really, yeah.
Well, thank you everyone for coming. I know we didn't give you much notice it was happening. And so everyone here was involved with the event, and that's a pretty unique situation. So please give yourselves a big round of applause. Yay! I'll be very brief. First of all, I'm really just the figurehead. I think anyone who's been paying attention in all the communications knows that Mistress Isabella, who's hopefully here somewhere, has really been driving the bus. So thank you, Isabella, and everyone else who pitched in, and Adia, who is integral in helping us move things along. There was a lot of paperwork, and let me put it this way. I think we signed a contract for the site on Thursday. So, and thanks to the Scouts for letting us use it. They haven't been using this site very much themselves the last couple of seasons. That's why you'll see there's probably a few more spider webs and stuff than we're used to. They just haven't been using it. Final thing, because we have such a compressed schedule, our plan is to take this down immediately following court. So if we could get a few hands to just help us do that quickly, so nobody's standing on the rain for too long. And secondly, if you're in a cabin, please make sure you sweep it out when you leave, because we're going to have to do it otherwise. And if tomorrow, for anyone who's staying, we'll be out pretty early tomorrow. But if you could spare just a few minutes to help us do a quick sweep of bathrooms, we have to put a fence back up here when we're done, things like that. Even just 5-10 minutes will help us. There's not that much to do, so it'll be really appreciated. Thank you so much.
We really appreciate the amount of work that went into such a short time period. Thank you so much.
And in addition on that note, there's also a small warning about wind this evening. So if anybody is staying on site, has some tents as we see over there, please be aware of that. Just keep that in mind for anything that's out in the wind, moving around, flapping. It might you might lose it. So.
His Majesty calls for Ethan Dalgai.
It's there for a reason. Yeah. This is one of those things that's a long time coming. The opportunity to be able to be in front of someone I've known for so long, and to be able to speak about them to as many and all that can hear it. There's so many people along the way that you find that they set in your life how it's going to be and what you're going to shape your life after. There's so many people that influence you, and this is one of them. You've been there for me since I met you. It's so long ago now, and I love you and I adore you, and the opportunity to have you here after so long of not knowing where I might see you again when we were so close and able to see each other all the time. This is exciting to me, but especially the moment to be able to say to so many people, especially that it goes to people at home, that it goes to everyone far and wide in this community, just how important you are, just how much I miss you. I'm very, very happy and very proud to call you my friend. And as you know, and I am not ever going to shy away from saying this, along the way with friends, people make mistakes. People show their love. We've gone through a mix this whole long time. And to have you here still, to have you here now, it's everything. You've changed me for the rest of my life. So, I want you to have my king's favor. I don't know about saying that you earned it, but for some reason I've earned your favor. And I need to return that.
For the recipient of the king's favor, hip hip, huzzah! Hip hip, huzzah! Hip hip, huzzah! There's a presentation from the Kingdom Regalia Deputy.
who would not necessarily be here right now. So you make all the good plans, but sometimes that doesn't work out. So one of the things that we wanted to present and make sure that it had the time prominent where people can see this, the work that has gone on as we've had bids come in to change regalia, upgrade, make improvements, and to take those things, make them even better. We have as we'll soon need, our air circuits. There are other ones. These ones, though, I have a special love for. They're very important to me, at least. And we had some work done recently to refurbish these and to get a little more work added to them, as you can see. Catherine was the base artist on this to reconstruct and pull them apart to be able to have them as they are. And then I can't remember the name. Helen, if you can help me on this one.
Julie Tanaka.
Julie, for the work done on some of these plates here. It's beautiful work. In a way, it kind of suits. I like it because it's subtle, but it's still nice. You know? A lot of times, a lot of bids go out for thrones, for regalia, for otherwise, and kind of wonder what happened to that. And we have a group here, and we like to be able to take that moment, be able to present that, as these things take so long to produce that sometimes people forget that it's even happening in between and behind the scenes.
Duke Sven and Sir Rivkin, come and kneel before the crown. Your Majesties, Duke Sven has, by valor and skill, nobly promoted the honor of Sir Rivkin, and has been victorious in the crown list of Antir. They come now before your Majesties to claim the honor which is their due.
Speaking of regalia that I like, I love this thing.
I swear fealty and homage
I swear fealty and homage
to the crown of Antir,
to the crown of Ontario,
to loyally serve this kingdom and its crown,
this kingdom and its crown,
giving wise counsel
giving wise counsel
according to my knowledge and abilities,
according to my knowledge and abilities,
to listen and learn
from
all those who offer wise counsel,
who
proudly wear this coronet as a symbol of my duty, as heirs to the crown of Antir. So say I.
So say I. Saying awesome.
Say I.
And we, for our part, swear our fealty, our protection, and our love for these our heirs to the thrones of Antir. We promise to protect you and your house with all of our power, so long as we remain sovereign of Antir. So say we, Christian, King of Antir.
So say we, Helen, Queen Antir.
My queen, wear these coronets
wear these coronets
as our successors
as our successors
to the thrones of Antir
to the thrones of Antir
with all honor and glory.
with all honor and glory. And now, as is proper,
Come and sit beside us
come and sit beside us
in the places of honor.
in the places of honor.
For Sven and Rivkin, Prince and Princess of Antir. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Will Sir Rorik and Baron Aaron come before their majesties?
Sir Rorik, you have fought with great skill and great valor this day. In remembrance of your prowess and bravery, we bestow upon you the honor of the silver rose.
Bear this token
Bear this token
as a reminder to all
of
the masculine honor
of the mastery and honor
you have shown this day.
you have shown this day.
Baron Aaron,
Baron Aaron,
you have inspired your champion
you have inspired your champion
with great honor.
to great honor this day.
We bestow upon you
We bestow upon you
the honor of the silver lily.
the honor of the silver lily.
Receive this symbol of your inspiration
Receive this symbol of your inspiration
and ours.
and our esteem. Yours from the front, huh? Everybody's doing it. Please bear with her.
For the recipients of the Silver Rose and Silver Lily, a very joyous noise.
You're not. You get to stay. Sir Rorik, that's my line.
By your balance,
By your valor and skill, you have won the title, Champion of Antir. Will you take the champion's oath?
do you swear to faithfully discharge your duties as champion of Antir and to abide by the laws of the realm and to loyally serve the crown of Antir so long as you remain champion?
I so swear.
Do you swear that Christian and Helen are your true sovereigns and liege lord and lady?
I so swear.
Do you swear fealty to Christian and Helen, king and queen of Antir, that whenever they marshal the forces of the kingdom, there shall you be to defend the crown and kingdom of Antir?
I so swear. And we, for our part, swear our fealty to you, the new champion of Antir. We promise to protect you and your house with all of our power, so long as we remain sovereign of Antir. So say we, Christian, King of Antir.
So say we, Helen, we not here.
Wear this beautiful cloak.
Wear this cloak and receive your tokens of your respect.
Wear this cloak and receive your tokens. Respect.
You give this sword of Montier
We give this sword of Montier
into your keeping. And charge you to deliver it to us.
And charge you to deliver it to us
At such time.
That the kingdom has need. And we shall require it.
Take now your place in our court.
Take now your rightful place in our court.
For the new champion of Montier! Hip hip! Huzzah! Hip hip! Huzzah! Hip hip! Huzzah! Woo! Eloinberg Emrys, Kingdom Exchequer, has business with their majesties. What is your business with their majesties?
I have come to resign my position as Kingdom Exchequer. I will return to your majesty. Symbols of my office.
And commit to your consideration.
As my successor.
King, we thank you for your service.
We thank you for your service
King and people of Montier.
to the kingdom and the people of Ontario. And though we are loath to lose you, we are certain that in your choosing your successor will serve as well as you always have.
Your majesty's leave. Let Aislinn come before their majesties. Aislinn, their majesties have chosen you to succeed to the office of Kingdom Exchequer. Are you prepared to undertake the tasks and responsibilities of that great office of state, to serve the kingdom and people of Ontier, and to swear fealty to their majesties? I am. Do you now swear fealty to Christian and Hélène, your undoubted king and queen, that you will faithfully discharge your office, obeying their majesties' lawful commands in all matters that concern this realm, upholding the crown and kingdom of Ontier, and mindful that the harmony of the kingdom springs from your own deeds, that you will deal courteously with those of every degree, so long as their majesties remain sovereigns of Ontier? I shall swear.
And we, for our part, we swear our fealty to you, and Kingdom Exchequer of Ontier. We promise to protect you and your house with all of our powers, so long as we remain sovereign of Ontier. So say we, Christian, King of Ontier.
So say we, Hélène, Queen Ontier.
My king, and take from our hands
These
symbols of office,
and
bear them in good and faithful service
and bear them in good and faithful service
to the kingdom of Ontier.
to the kingdom of Ontier.
Henceforth be Kingdom Exchequer of Ontier.
Henceforth, the Kingdom Exchequer of Ontier.
For the new and the old Kingdom Exchequer, hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Eloinberg Emrys.
You were not excused. Yeah, maybe. What do I say? What do I say in front of all of these people and everybody at home? Your work has been exemplary. Your counsel has been honestly perfect. As you have addressed the crown, but you have also just simply addressed me as a person. I can say you are the example of what we would like to see in the role of one of our officers of the next chapter. And as a servant of Ontario, you have done so faithfully. You have done so with. And I don't think people really can understand the amount of work that goes into your job that you have, especially for the amount of time and under the circumstances in which we had to dodge and weave and find new answers to things as everything was going on. It's been amazing, but also just simply on a personal note, because I get to do that. I love you, and thank you. You have been everything, and we are truly sad to see you go. But the thing is, I don't think you're going to stop. You're probably going to find something else to do. So we're just happy to have you. But for me, I always knew that I need an answer. You have it, or you find it. Your resourcefulness and your ability to deal with me is it's awesome, and it was always a pleasure, a personal pleasure working with you. And so I wanted to give you my signature. Now we have one more task though. Did you find your man?
I could.
Where is he?
He's right there. He's over there. Let Gideon's Raven's Fury come before their majesties.
Think you want to hang out for this one? Yeah. Yeah. It would please us to style you a baron of our court. Will you accept this?
Hear now the words of the crown. Take heed, all people of the known world, that we, Christian and Helen, King and Queen of Antir, do take upon ourselves our prerogative to honor those of our subjects who have pleased us with the title and estate of Baron. Henceforth, let it be known that Gideon Ravensfury does now hold the title of Baron of Antir with all the rights and privileges of this rank. By our hand and seal, this 9th day of October, Annus Societatis 55, being 2021 Gregorian. Christian King, Helen Queen.
For you to know, and as well as for everybody else, this has been in the works for a while. It's been on a bit of a hold. So to have this opportunity, much like any other, to be able to see someone in person, someone that I care about so deeply and has been there for me, in my ear, at my side, I want to say thank you. Your service is not just simply to us personally, but your service over the years. To hear of your name and then to have met the person, and then to have that person come along my side, to then speak your wisdom and give your help to me. Thank you. I feel a debt of great gratitude to you, to know where you have come from, what you have done, the people you've seen, and those that you have served, and that I would receive the honor to have you at my side. Thank you.
For Baron Gideon! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
Where do we go now?
Let the order of chivalry, knights and masters of arms come before their majesties. Alexandros Leontos, come before their majesties.
Your Majesties, people of Antir, I present Alexandros Leontos, squire to Prince Sven, hero of Minos, whom some call Vigil Sitter.
Alexandros Leontos,
Alexandros Leontos,
well pleased with your prowess upon the field,
well pleased with your prowess on the field a while ago,
and right mindful of the desires of your peers.
and right mindful of the desire of these spirits.
We are minded to create you.
We are minded to create you a knight.
Will you accept from us this honor,
Will you accept from us this honor?
and swear fealty to the crown and kingdom of Antir?
And swear fealty to the crown and kingdom of Antir.
Are you bound in fealty?
Are you bound in fealty to another? And we would ask you to resolve this now.
I just have a couple of things. One, when this happened 22 months ago, I kind of said, I'd like another year with you. And I apologize. But in that, it helped me. It just reiterated how special you are, and I think you are the best of us. And I look forward to your journey and being there every step of the way. And congratulations on this. And I'll take that belt back. You are released of service. And please kneel before your king. Thank you. Thank you.
Upon what symbol would you swear fealty?
Here do I swear fealty.
Here do I swear fealty.
Christian and alone. My undoubted commitment. That I will obey their lawful commands.
I will obey the lawful commands.
In all matters that concern this realm.
All matters that concern this realm.
And uphold the crown and kingdom of Antir.
And uphold the crown. And we, for our part, swear our fealty to you, our new knight of Antir, Alexandros. We promise to protect you and your house with all of our power, so long as we remain sovereign of Antir. So say we, Christian, King Antir.
So say we, Helen, Queen Antir.
By which name would you be knighted? Again.
Alexandros, by what sword would you make your vows and receive this sacrifice?
Alexandros, by what sword? Make your vows and receive the accolade.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Spurs had good defense.
Future reference. I'll just keep it here. All right. We have Spurs.
Oh, I can have
Oh, Spurs. Yeah, he was just in the finals. There we go.
These are Spurs from Maiden Lands, part of the South. The lineage starts with you. Yeah.
They were made by 38 for you.
Place your hand upon ours
And on this sword.
and on this sword. Alexandros. For the candidate.
Here do I vow.
Here do I vow.
On this sword.
On this sword.
To be from this day forward. A good and true knight. Ever chivalrous and courteous. And ever willing. To bind myself in fear. To the crown of my kingdom. To speak and to be silent. To do and to let be. To come and to go. To strike and to spare. In such matters as concern this society. In need and in plenty. In need and in plenty. In peace and in war. In living or in dying. Till death take me. Or the world end. So say I, Alexandros Leontis.
So say I. It's been a long time. Alexandros. W points. W. Rise, Sir Alexandros. Bring forth the chain.
Your Majesty, Alexandros and I have had many adventures. Oh yes. In fact, once we sailed to the Isle of Minos, where we had heard that there was a ravaging uprising of beastmen that would terrorize the villagers there. Of course, when we got there, it was a myth, but there were still ferocious foes. I set upon one quickly. He's so huge, a head like a bull, and he beset me and felled me. But Alexandros was there to save me and to continue on. I took from that beast's neck this fork, and that night he feasted on bull, Your Majesty, just as I'm feeding you now. Make sure you put that the right way.
This is excellent. Excellent story. Wonderful. Where the story? It's open if you're ready.
Bring forth the belt and speak its lineage.
This belt was made by Prince Sven for his knight, Jack. And when I got knighted, when you were still a teenager, Jack gave it to me, and I've been holding on to it for so much. Wear this belt.
Wear this belt.
In token of your abilities.
In token of your abilities.
And here's the silver and show you.
Alexandra.
Let this be the last word.
It is an honor to stand here and to be able to be part of this moment in your life. I want to thank you for that. To have input in someone's journey, to see you all this way to want you to become as terrifying fire as you are. Truly, I hope I never have to make someone else do. You've done it. And this is well and it's been a long, long time waiting for this. And my only hope is that I'm quick to be able to complete this with you. Remember this moment. Remember the way this time. The responsibility you have for us. The responsibility you have to those in Ontario as well as outside the rest of the world. And what you represent. And what you need to be for. You need to be better. You need to be able to. And for that, you will only be taking this step on this journey with you because we believe that you are. Receive this word. May it be the last Jason time. Who knows? You're be welcome with the new night.
For Sir Alexandros, newest knight of Ontir. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
Before anybody gets going with the hugs and the love, unfortunately, oh, you're stuck on someone. It's always off. Everybody just get hooked on alt and never ever go back.
That was a lovely thing.
So, your scroll could not be here today, so by the hand of the Queen, A quick little replacement was made for you. Read it at your own time.
Could you show it to the audience?
You really need to read it.
Oh, please. Oh, no. Not with an official.
That's okay.
All right.
We can hug him now. While they're
Go ahead. Let's feel this way.
My lords. I want the back row. This is the greatest and best scroll in the world. Tribute. This is not the greatest scroll in the world. This is just a tribute. They didn't quite finish the greatest scroll in the world. It will be the greatest scroll in the world. It will be the greatest deleted here for propriety's sake scroll. The greatest scroll in the world. The peculiar thing is this, my friend, the scroll that you read on this fateful night, it doesn't look anything like your scroll. This is just a tribute. You gotta believe this. We wish it was here. Just a matter of opinion. You're gonna love it. When it's done, you'll find there's nothing like it. Christian and Ellen.
So at this time, we have no further business here for you in court. We want to thank you all for coming out, making this possible, all the people that their hands went into setting this whole thing up, and all the time behind the scenes before all of this to be able to make this happen. It was not an easy task. The work that was done is impressive in such short time. I can't thank everybody enough. In the end, please be aware it's wet and slippery out there. We want to get everybody home or wherever you're going to be going while there's still light out and you're still able to get there and get warm. So thank you for being here. Thank you for staying for this part of court. We miss you all. We really do. This is amazing to even have the chance to sit with a few of you. We regret everybody that did have to stay home. And we thank you for understanding. We really do. We hope very soon we'll be able to return everything back to normal and have full events with everyone, because we really do need that. We need everyone to be here with us. It's not the same family without. So thank you, and thank you for watching at home. That's all I can say. Have a good night.
There being no further business, this closes the court of Christian and Ellen, King and Queen of Ontir. Long live the King!
Long live the King!
Long live the Queen!
Long live the Queen!
Tiri!
Tiri!
Summits!
Summits!
Ontir!
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 You have their majesties leave to depart.
And I'm just going to add, long live Crown Prince Sven and long live Crown Princess Rifkin. So everybody watching at home, thank you so much for joining us for this very long live stream. I would like to thank Refskig behind the scenes He has done the bulk of organizing and herding all these cats. I would like to thank Sir Antonio for being, thank you, Revskeg, for being my co-host tonight, or today. I don't even know. Alessandra,
Whenever, at a time.
yeah, pinch hitting. All of our on-site camera people, Isabella, Nergoy, who's the other person? Rivkin, the other person.
I think Ulf might have had a camera for a few minutes at one point. Not sure.
There's another person too.
Oh, Kevin.
I can't remember his SCA name.
His SCA name is Kevin. It's just spelled differently.
Okay, and then I also want to give a shout out to Cal of Calbart's Corner for and Baby Ninja for helping Reskeg and I to figure out how to do this in a manner that was going to be a really good experience for everyone at home. Hopefully, we filled some shoes and we did an okay job. Lastly, I want to just briefly mention today On Tier gave out its first Silver Rose and Silver Lily to a same-gendered pair of fighters, and I think that's really exciting, especially considering that On Tier is where inspirational equality first took root. And I would say that I wish that there was a same-gendered pair on the throne, but I have to be honest, I'm really happy that my sister is going to be on the throne. So,
although she too, that's also a first, right? This is the first time there have been 2 knights on the throne, which is also very exciting.
Yes, very exciting.
Can I add a thank you as well?
Yes, please do.
Is Mistress Izzy also basically drove this whole bus all the way from the beginning. It was her crazy idea at the outset. She edited together all of the heritage minutes. I think she was very largely inspirational to this whole project.
Yeah, she is the big boss. She is the big puppet master, and I'm so thankful for her for this opportunity.
I was going to say executive producer, but I think puppet master probably is more accurate.
We've had such a good time. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. And any more closing thoughts?
I think that's about it for me. I'm looking forward to doing this again. So a number of people have said, even when we're back in person, this is something we should continue. And I'm pretty excited about that as a prospect. I'm looking forward to more of it happening on site. But yeah, I think this has been a lot of fun.
It definitely has. Thanks again, everyone, for joining us. And have a great day, and we'll see you all at 12th night.
If the board is open.
All right, let's roll those closing credits.
Or not. So professional. We're ending with a bang here.
We're going to give one last view of everyone that's posted to hashtag OnTier Crown and hashtag MySCA.
Oh, I love it.
Thank you all for joining. You guys help make this so much more fun and amazing.
I love this idea of a camping, getting together in your tent and watching this.
Yeah, that's at Duke Tunin and Duchess Miranda's place. There she is. And there's Revskeg, our fearless cat herder. And there is Baron Aaron, our first Silver Lily.
Live from on site.
Us and toes.
And Tonio and some toes.
Oh. Another live from site shot. So cute. So cute. pair of duchesses.
More toes. Theme.
Vic, who happens to be king in another kingdom now. Raising the children right. All right. And that's looped.
Alrighty. Well, thanks everyone. Thanks co-host. She's been Achaxe.
He's been Sir Antonio, and thanks everyone live from site. We'll see you next time.
That's us. Bye.